Morning, Mike.
Hi, Wes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Morning, Wes.
Is the microphones on and we're all good to go? Okay.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Wes. Where are you, Wes?
I'm in Vancouver, right on Lonsdale Key.
Nice. And where are you, Mr. Killick?
I am
Wi-Fi
20,
a little bit.
20 feet from the beach.
Well, thank you both. I know you're doing other things, so taking time to join us here. And did I hear Councillor Jolly?
Yeah, I'm here as well, just struggling with Wi-Fi a bit.
Okay, all right. Well, just keep your video off for now.
Isn't it odd that the person closest is struggling?
All right, I'll call the meeting to order. I'm sure the right one. Wrong one. Standing committee of the whole for Tuesday, February 14th, 2023. Happy Valentine's to everyone. We have 100% attendance with 3 members virtually. I need a motion to adopt the agenda. Would you like to do that, Councillor?
I'll do it because like by the time it gets to Mexico and back, you never. That the February 14th, 2023 Standing Committee of the Whole agenda be adopted as presented.
All right, all those in favor?
Okay.
Assuming that's yeses from everybody online. Okay, that
In
passed.
favor.
Madam Mayor, do you want us to type it into the chat?
I think that the staff like it that way. So yes, please.
All right.
And then I need, we have appointments for this meeting, but it's all related to the municipal naming policy. So when we get to that, we will hear from our presenters. So I need a motion to approve the minutes. Should do it, Ken.
I can do it again. I'm on a roll.
Romanski's got it. All those in favor?
Yes.
I'm just gonna go with that passes.
I know, you gotta be careful.
And then we are straight into our first business item, which is bylaw 2 for 2023. Business license bylaw. So I've got Sean McCauley registered, but he both here and I see Christian there. So lots of people to answer questions. So Sean, go ahead.
Perfect.
Just all your questions to Mr. Fletcher. You have a PowerPoint?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Through okay there? Perfect. So I just want to thank council for the opportunity to present on this very romantic Valentine's presentation.
We could think of you when we.
Very nice. I appreciate that. So the purpose of the report today is to encompass 2 amendments to the business license bylaw. These amendments are to align with Alberta Gaming Liquor Cannabis, being AGLC, and to provide exemptions for private curriculum-based educators. The first amendment is to the restricted product section of the business license bylaw to align with AGLC. Second amendment is to include exemptions for private curriculum-based educators. I will note it's important to note that these exemptions are for educators working in a publicly funded curriculum. In regards to restricted products section background, when retail cannabis was introduced in 2018, AGLC required retailers to obscure their windows. In 2022, due to a significant rise in robberies, AGLC removed the rule requiring retailers to obscure their windows to address safety concerns. St. Albert's business license bylaw currently requires retailers to obscure their windows, which creates conflicting rules. Removing section 14.1 of our business license bylaw will both align the obscure window regulation and remove regulatory duplication without any impact to our service levels. In regards to restricted products stakeholder engagement, we consulted with 16 local cannabis retailers. All retailers highlighted security issues with current regulation in the bylaw. No retailer supported keeping or modifying the section related to obscure windows. And St. Albert RCMP were consulted and indicated support for removing the regulations as it would encourage crime prevention and align with AGLC. With respect to exemptions for private educators background, in 2022, St. Albert Public Schools contacted the city to discuss licensing requirements for private educators. The business license bylaw requires businesses to obtain a license unless the service is exempt through the bylaw or provincial and federal legislation. Private educators are not exempt. St. Albert Public Schools acknowledge this creates barriers for opportunities to students. And so providing an exemption would maintain the spirit of the bylaw with minimal impact on administrative resources. With respect to private educators' stakeholder engagement, administration formed a multi-department working group to assess the impacts. Both St. Albert Public Schools and Greater St. Albert Catholic Schools provided feedback on services affected, which are in-class sessions where private educators provide instructional experiences such as hands-on science, animal interaction experiences, physical education consultants, and artists or authors in residence. Also consultant services for staff and students such as psychoeducational assessors and occupational therapists. In regards to the restricted products amendment, removing the section of the bylaw would have no financial impacts for the city. With respect to private educators amendment, including an exemption may result in a minor loss of revenue or less than 0.5% of annual business license budget, which would equate to around $4,500 annually. With that considered, the recommendation is that the Standing Committee of the Whole recommend to Council that the attached amending by business license bylaw be given 3 readings. And I'd be happy to take questions.
Awesome. Sean, instead of exempting the private educators, can I just make it $0? Because I know the business license more than anything allows you guys to track businesses, and it's the data you can collect through the licensing. But just wondering if that's a route that some municipalities have taken. Just asking that they even register, right?
Yeah, so that we still obtain all the data and information.
Not charge for it.
Yeah. I mean, that's.
I know it's only a couple that we're gonna lose here, but I just think as we go further down the road and more exemptions, maybe whatever.
Yeah.
I had the real estate association in my office last week wanting brokers to get exempt. Right, from getting licenses in every municipality that they sell houses. So I know there's a list somewhere.
Yeah.
Through Service Alberta, but it's just a thought.
Yeah, and I would say too, sorry, to your worship, there, like for other exemptions, if I was to compare it to say, lawyers and accountants and all the other folks that, nonprofits that also receive, the exemption, we do obtain their data the same way. They just put in the application for the exemption piece. So, I could see it aligning similar to that. If that's kind of, if what you're kind of referring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this bylaw change just exempts them. They don't even have to come and fill out the paperwork, right? The way we've got it in front of us. Or is it?
I would
be aligning with the accountants and.
Yeah, that my understanding is that it would align, will obtain the information and the data, just the exemption piece would, yeah, they would apply for the exemption piece. Yeah.
So you still get the data.
Correct. Yeah, correct.
Other questions, guys? Straightforward. Yeah, this is pretty straightforward. Councillor Jolly, I don't know if you have any questions?
No, this is, I'm glad this worked out. I know this has been a lot of months of work.
Did you guys go into the bylaw with the express purpose of these 2 reasons, or did you go through the whole bylaw?
Just to your worship, it was with the intention of these 2 pieces. Yeah.
I have one question.
Go ahead.
Hey, Sean. So just out of curiosity, more than anything, is how are we going to define private educator? Let's say you have a business. I don't even have one on the top of my head, but you have one that provides a service, then has a small portion that includes educational. Would that be then considered exempt? Like, what is the threshold of how much services are providing that puts them into that category? Do we know how you're going to do that?
Sure. Your worship to Councillor Hughes.
Committee, Sean, don't.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm very formal, sorry. No, great question. This is something that the working group definitely exposed as potentially some sort of a roadblock within the process. There will be some discretion involved with this when the application comes in. And so that's something that we would probably foresee utilizing our working group again, depending on the scenario, because we will have to vet some of the applications that come in on this one.
Yeah, like if it was like at least 50% or 51% or something of their total.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's it. Good show. Yeah.
Right? Oh, and might take a motion if nobody else.
I'll do it.
Councillor Hughes, go ahead.
Sure. The Standing Committee of the Whole recommend to council that bylaw 2/2023 to amend the business bylaw 43/2000 be given 3 readings.
Any comments?
No, well done. Glad this is coming forward.
Hey, thanks. All for the vote? Favor and favor and favor. All right, that passes unanimously.
Awesome.
Thanks, guys. I'm glad you came all the way down here.
Yeah, you
That's true.
No, you can.
It'd still be in bed.
It's better than having to have a long set of questions
Okay, does anyone need a break?
for 11 minutes.
Sorry. ASP for St. Albert West, the big one. Who's doing this one?
Adrian, Christina, and Tracy.
Hi, Tracy.
Good morning.
Morning. Oh, and Christina's here. And Scott Cole's here. And is Adrian coming?
Adrian, yep, should be coming in.
But I have you down as the presenter, Tracy.
On Tracy, good carry.
Yes.
Want to start? Yeah.
I'll just go ahead then.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Okay. All right, good morning. My name is Tracy Suey, and I'm here to present an update on the St. Albert West Area Structure Plan. Joining me also is Scott Cole from Stantec, who is our consultant on the project. We're also joined by engineering, utilities, environment, and rec and parks, who are available to help answer any questions. What we'd like to talk about today is the project schedule and where we are in the timeline, phase 2 engagement and a summary of what we heard, updates to the land use concept, municipal reserve dedication, specifically along Carrot Creek and Big Lake, city needs on the city-owned Badger lands and city-owned lands in the Lakeview Business District. So regarding 4 and 5, we'll spend some time after each of those items to discuss.
Okay.
Here's the project schedule. In our last update in October, we talked about how the St. Albert West is.
Tracy's, we don't see a slideshow. Are you looking at slides?
Oh, I did not even share it yet.
Okay.
Embarrassing. Oh, thank you for stopping me.
You'll be.
Figured it out that you were trying to talk reference something. Yeah.
there we go.
That's great.
All right, so yeah, here's the project schedule. In our last update in October, we talked about how the St. Albert West ASP is under the 2-tier planning framework. The area structure plan is tier 1 and tier 2 is the neighborhood plan. So on the slide, the green represents the ASP timeline and the blue represents the timelines for the neighborhood plans. Both the ASP and NP are required prior to development. Looking along the green ASP line in the middle, you can see that we're still currently reviewing policies and working on completing a few more technical studies to support the ASP. We are anticipating to bring the ASP to council for first reading in Q2. But despite the delays in the ASP schedule, what we can do is start working on the neighborhood plans, and we'll start those in March and anticipate approval of the neighborhood plan sometime in Q4. So that is the overall timeline. And next we'll jump into talking about the phase 2 engagement and what we heard. Phase 2 occurred back in October, where the project team held virtual meetings with Indigenous community members, internal and external stakeholders, landowners within the entire ASP area, and the general public, which also consists of owners within 100-meter radius outside the ASP area. So just a very quick and brief overview of what we heard. Some of the main themes were regarding protecting the natural environment, like having proper setbacks from Carrot Creek and Big Lake, as well as conserving wetlands and ecological stepping stones to enable wildlife habitat and movement. We also heard about monitoring of stormwater management facilities and the flow of runoff from the employment uses to not negatively impact surrounding natural environment. We also heard that there was desire from one landowner in the Lakeview Business District for large-scale commercial development, as well as desire for institutional residential uses such as supported living in the southern employment area. very quick overview, but generally very similar comments to what we heard back in phase 1. So next we'll talk about the ASP's vision and principles, which are fundamental in preparing ASP policies. The vision since we last presented in October has been refined. So I have the vision on the screen here, but just pulling up the keywords and highlighting them. The key features of St. Albert West is that it will be a key growth area, enable the creation of at least 5,000 jobs. There will be a multimodal transportation links integrated throughout the plan area. It will be a place where people can proudly work, live, and recreate. St. Albert West, specifically the Sherrod neighborhood, will accommodate about 8,000 residents with varied housing options. And as St. Albert West contains Carrot Creek, Big Lake, and Sturgeon River, conserving the ecological integrity of these natural features will be of high importance. Building on the vision that we just saw, development in St. Albert West will be guided by 6 principles. Economic diversification, where St. Albert West will significantly impact an economic and employment diversification in St. Albert. Urban design, where development in St. Albert West will be designed and built to high quality standards, incorporating best practices and innovative solutions. Environment, where Carrot Creek, Big Lake, and Sturgeon River are valued city amenities and are conserved in St. Albert West. Community, where inclusive, programmable parks and public spaces are integrated throughout St. Albert West. Transportation networks are well connected for efficient and convenient travel within beyond St. Albert West. And utility infrastructure in St. Albert West will function in an environmentally and fiscally responsible manner. So those are the 6 principles and the vision that we just showed. And with that, we have our land use concept. Several revisions were made to the concept based on the phase 2 engagement held in October and in conjunction with ongoing review of the draft ASP policies. Here we have a before and after. The before concept is what we had back in October, and the after concept is what we have proposed today. So we'll talk about the revisions starting from the top to bottom. Starting at the top, we removed the mixed-use employment area north of Villeneuve Road and west of Carrot Creek. The reason for this is because the MDP did not designate this area as an area for mixed-use employment area, but rather employment areas. However, the ASP policies will still enable complementary commercial uses within employment areas as well. The ASP area has been enlarged by adding the city-owned Badgerland south of Fowlerway from the Northridge Area Structure Plan to the St. Albert West ASP. And the reason for this is because the Northridge ASP was approved under the single-tier ASP planning framework, where it's just the ASP and no NP. But the St. Albert West ASP is being prepared under the 2-tier framework, which includes both ASP and the NP planning framework. So as such, the policies between the two will differ in detail. And so it's preferable that we prepare the policies and concept for Badgerlands under the same planning framework for consistency. The mixed-use area west of Range Road 260 has been enlarged. And the reason for this is because the ASP policies addresses the residential sites within mixed-use area as medium and high-density residential. So enlarging the mixed-use area would accommodate for this medium-density residential site proposed in the Sherrod ASP.
Mixed uses.
At the southern portion, we've added Leclerc Way as a crosstown road. This was missed in our previous concept. At the ASP level, we do show the boulevards like Ray Gibbon Drive, crosstown roads, and connectors. And at the NP stage, we show local roads and trails. Another change is the removal of the land use designation alternate jurisdiction, which was intended to refer to the provincially owned lands and road right-of-way around Ray Gibbon Drive. The lands formerly shown as alternate jurisdiction will now be identified consistent with the St. Albert's MDP employment areas in the solid purple and white for road right-of-way. And the revision also based on the policy structure of the St. Albert West ASP document. And the policies that relate to the provincial lands and road right-of-way are dispersed throughout the ASP document in appropriate sections rather than having its own section. And one thing that wasn't discussed in the agenda report, but it's the city has a new floodline information along Carrot Creek through the Carrot Creek Regional Drainage Master Plan and along Big Lake identified through the province's flood hazard mapping. So the floodlines will be implemented under this St. Albert West Area Structure Plan. And that concludes the summary of revisions to the land use concept. So next, we'll be moving on to a topic for discussion following this portion of the presentation. As we know, St. Albert West is bounded by Carrot Creek to the west and the north shore of Big Lake to the south. And during the St. Albert West Area Structure Plan engagement, a common subject of discussion was regarding the setback from Carrot Creek and Big Lake and how the St. Albert West ASP might address this as environmental reserve, ER, and municipal reserve, MR. We'll start by explaining what environmental reserve is. ER are non-developable lands. Under the MGA, ER includes lands that consist of a swamp, gully, ravine, coulee, or natural drainage course, as well as land that is subject to flooding or unstable, or a strip of land not less than 6 meters in width, abutting the bed and shore of any body of water. The exact boundaries of ER is identified through technical studies such as slope stability analysis, geotech investigation, flood hazard reports, soil erosion assessment, riparian setback matrix model, etc. Municipal reserve are lands that are identified as developable. As per the MGA, MR can be used for park and recreational purposes, school sites, trails. The maximum amount of MR that a municipality can request is 10% of the net developable area, or NDA. In St. Albert West, this 10% of NDA is about 61.5 hectares. And the sizing of parks are based on the Parks and Open Space Standards and Guidelines at minimum. Some important considerations to keep in mind is that additional MR will be required at the NP stage. For example, the Shiro neighborhood at an NP stage will require another 4.7 hectares of MR for neighborhood parks and trails that we currently don't identify at the ASP stage. If 10% of MR is exceeded at both the ASP and NP stage combined, then the city will have to purchase lands. And according to 2023 figures, unserviced lands are about 350K to 450K per hectare per acre. And it is preferable that MR is provided through land dedication instead of cash in lieu. So on this slide, what we have is a comparison between two options. Option 1 on the left is 20 meter width of MR from the ER, and option 2 on the right shows 50 meters of MR along Carrot Creek and 30 meters of MR from Big Lake from the ER.
That is.
In both images, the environmental reserve are undevelopable lands below the flood line or top of bank, shown by the darker green color. The flood line or top of bank is highlighted by the purple line, and then the municipal reserve is shown in the light green. Between the two options, the amount of MR is what differs. In other words, there is less MR in option 1 because we are identifying a 20 meter width of MR versus option 2 where there is 50 meters width of MR. So in option 2, we can see that the area in light green is thicker than the light green in option 1. In terms of stats, if we go with option 1, the total MR at the ASP stage would be 4.8%, which would leave us with 5.2% at the NP stage. If we went with option 2, the total MR at ASP stage is 6.7%, and we will have 3.3% at the NP stage. So that's just a top-down view, but on this next slide, we also prepared more of a cross section to further convey the difference between the 20-meter and the 50-meter wide of MR. This one on this slide is showing 20-meter MR from the development line of Carrot Creek, and the other on the next slide would show 50-meter MR from the development line of Carrot Creek. In both cross sections, we have Carrot Creek on the left, followed by the riparian area, and then the top of bank line. We've also added the 1 to 100 year flood line, which may differ from the top of bank, but whichever line is greater would be taken. And at that point where there is, all of the lands under the flood line or top of bank would be non-developable lands, and that's also known as environmental reserve. And where the break is, we have it as the development line, where everything above the development line is municipal reserve, and we can utilize those lands for MR. So here we have the 20-meter setback from the development line, and we've also added a 20-meter road, just to illustrate what it might look like when we do consider having a one-sided development along Carrot Creek. And having one-sided development would enable views and access to Carrot Creek. And on the slide here, we have what it would look like if it were the 50-meter MR width from the development line /ER. Just going between the two, 20, 50, 20.
So Tracy, do you want conversation about this right now?
Sure. I just have one more slide to conclude.
Yeah, okay.
So administration's recommendation is 20-meter municipal reserve dedication from the ER/development lines of Carrot Creek and Big Lake. ER is to be determined based on detailed technical studies. And why we went with this recommendation is that this will allow more flexibility in dedicating MR at the neighborhood plan stage. And 20-meter width is sufficient for trails, some open space, seating areas, and landscaping. So yeah, with that, we can pause here to discuss this topic before we go on to our last topic.
Sure. I have a quick question for you, because this is our first time doing such a big area structure plan with multiple landowners. Traditionally, it's one developer that brings an area structure plan forward and they give us 10%. And they generally have a lot of input of where that 10% goes. How are we dividing up the 10% of such a big area between the multiple owners, let's say in Lakeview, Rohit, and then to the north? Like who has to bear the MR dedication, or do they split it? And how do you calculate that?
So Madam Mayor, the MR dedication doesn't happen, it's not triggered by an by an ASP. It's triggered by a subdivision application. So that decision would happen at a later stage.
I'm just thinking if most of the MR on the map lands in Rohit's land, they would be unhappy with that, right? They want more developable land. So how are they compensated for that?
Christina.
Have more developable land, then they'll have to dedicate more MR. It's the same percentage. It's always 10%. So.
But you know what I'm saying? If 10% of it lands in Rohit's land and 9% is in Rohit's land and 1% is in Lakeview.
What's an equitable distribution?
Yeah. How do we?
I think Christina.
Yeah, so we have policies regarding this and direction to our landowners. We do require as much as possible that every landowner provides their 10% and that the MR gets put within their land. So what part of what Tracy is saying is that we are, the way the ASP is looking at the MR dedication, that the majority of it will land at the ASP level along and impact the landowners who are along Carrot Creek and Big Lake. Based upon what we've tried to do through the two-tier system is say that we would dedicate about 5% of the MR at the large scale area structure plan and leave the rest of the MR for the neighborhood plan, so that other 5%, so that we can have local parks and trail systems within there. And so that also helps equitably distribute some of the MR dedication as well. We prefer land. Sometimes the configurations don't work, so we will take cash in lieu if we have to. But it's the last thing that we want to do. But at the next stage of development, we'll see where all those other pieces of MR that'll come in, and they will impact the other landowners a little bit more great.
And of course, at the next stage, at the neighborhood plan, council doesn't approve that. So I'm just curious, because I would assume, Diane, that you would want more MR in the residential side than the business district.
Yes,
right?
generally that's where we would look for it. In the residential districts, we have a statement in the MDP that we will take it as land and not as cash in lieu. That's the preferred way to move forward. In the employment lands, we may take it as cash in lieu. But one of the things that we're trying to do with this area structure plan and the Lakeview business district is to make it a well-connected employment area, so that we may need more lands than we've traditionally seen in industrial parks to enable some of those trail connections, and also to provide some amenities for the workers who live there, who work there.
Cool. All right, Councillor Killick.
Yeah, thanks. Good morning, everyone. Just a small point. In our briefing package on page 48, it says one of the revisions was enlargement of the ASP area by adding the city-owned Badgerlands south of Fowler Way. And I know in the presentation, I think you correctly identified it as the part north of Fowler Way. I just wanted to point out our briefing package might need to be updated, or
No, it is south. It is south.
is it so?
Yeah.
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 It's
South was in the different planning area. South was in Northridge and north was in St. Albert West, and this is just to provide more continuity.
far away.
This,
So the city-owned Badgerlands. No, it's in our package, it says south of Fowler Way.
Yeah, that's correct.
See how
Yes.
it wasn't there before and now it is? Purple?
That's
Okay,
me.
as long as, okay, so I guess I read it wrong. So it also mentioned something that the existing Shiro neighborhood around Carrot Creek doesn't follow these rules because it was approved previously under the a previous ASP. So do we have even if we went with 20 meters, what is the scenario in the existing, what's been approved for Shiro?
in the existing Shiro,
Is it like a,
it will be excluded from the 20 meter or 50 meter. This is just a SMAP, but if there were amendments to Shiro in regards to these subject lands, then they will have to be in accordance with.
so Tracy, what is it now and how would
Right
we
now,
amend it?
yeah, right now it's excluded from the 20 meter / or 50 meter.
In Shiro currently, and I'll just throw this open to any of my colleagues as well if they want to add to it, but in Shiro, as we have it right now, there are policies with setbacks from the top of bank as well. It's a combination of a 50 meter total ER and MR setback.
1.5 or 5.0?
5-0.
5.0, okay. Yeah.
So but that's a combination. So it's ER and MR equals 50 generally. So that's, but there are some changes with the flood line that we're starting to see that we may need to incorporate. What we're trying not to do is, one of the things that we're going to have to address going through this is, like Tracy said, we'll be putting in the new policies for this area. Right now, they have an already approved area structure plan, so they're quote unquote grandfathered. However, if they make any amendments to it, we may have, that's when we would start implementing the new policies of the ASP.
So even shown on this map, we have a nice ability to have a walking trail and wildlife corridor, but then we have a total bottleneck, I use that term, where we don't have that. And
We would have it.
No, we do have that. It's just a combination of ER and MR. It's not quite as delineated. So you might have more ER because again, ER can change in width. It's not static along the top of bank, right? So some places you might have 10 meters of ER and 50 meters of ER, or developable or non-developable land for a different terminology. So there's quite a lot of trail connection in through the Churro area structure plan. If you give me a second,
I have it,
pull up
Christina,
that
if you want me to
ASP.
share it.
Yes, Adrian, if you don't mind sharing that.
yeah, I just really want to ensure that we still have the ability to have, and it just pops out at you when you look at it on the map that it looks like there's a difference in.
Yeah, Councillor Killick, I don't know if you can see the shared screen now, so we do have,
It's still loading, Adrian.
oh, okay. How about now?
Nope.
What's our standard for trails right now? Is it 20 meters?
For a linear park, it's 20 meters in our parks and open space guidelines. We can put a trail is 3 meters, so we can put it on less MR.
Okay.
We need the 3 meters plus some buffer. I think probably Adrian can tell you exactly how much we need for a trail.
Yeah, a typical trail is about 3 meters in cross section, and we do take the 20 meters to allow functional space, et cetera. I'm just going to try to bring it up here again.
20 meters sounds like a lot. Yeah.
Well, 3 meters when you start getting bikes going opposite ways, going 20 kilometers an hour, you want 3 meters.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm just saying 20 sounds like sufficient for here. That's my thoughts.
And that's okay, Adrian. We won't, if it takes time to load that up, that's okay. As long as I want to ensure that we have the continuity of that.
There you go.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Yeah, so there's again, it's the point is taken, but it was included within the Churro ASP. So there's trail connections that were identified all along Carrot Creek per the original, Red Willow Trail Master Plan. And what Christina said is correct. Like we actually have a 50-meter buffer built into a lot of this cross section here. So there's more room accommodated for than what we're talking about for the future sections.
Okay, good. The other question was any consideration given to looking at a 50-meter setback along Big Lake? Because my fear is that we have this once in a lifetime opportunity, and we mentioned Big Lake in both the vision and principles, but protecting Big Lake with that larger 50-meter setback from the floodplain, is that still doable? Because once that land and that asset and bird migration, flight paths, moose, whatever is in there along Big Lake, it's just a unique opportunity that we have, and this ASP will be there for years and years and years. So was any consideration given to that, or how can we look at what the impact would be on giving a bigger setback around Big Lake to protect it?
We did. I think, Tracy, if you want to bring back up the presentation where you're showing the 50 and the 20-meter buffer, and it's got a little bit of the aerial behind it. The issue, again, Councillor Killick, is the amount of MR we actually have.
Yep.
So, one option is to say, okay, let's do 50 meters and 20 meters along along Carrot Creek. That's also an option. You can do a whole bunch of different combinations of them. What this slide shows, and I don't know if it's demonstrating it that well, is but in the corner below the green where the ER is, you see actually the outline of Big Lake. And that's where the water actually is. So and you can see a little bit of the shoreline before you even hit the ER, just by the way the shorelines move. So you're quite far back from the shoreline of Big Lake already. You're several hundred meters back from the actual lake. And that, again, that's all non-developable land and is subject to flooding and riparian areas or marshlands, that type of thing. And so the developable line then is that purple. So you could, but it will mean you have much less MR later on to distribute to enable all of those trails in those other areas. So again, we're just at this stage looking for council direction on what is needed. But that is,
Yeah.
it was considered for sure. I think it's just the amount of land and the amount of ER that we have and the needs in the rest of the area are also quite important. So that's kind of the balancing act we're proposing.
Yeah, Christina, I totally get it. And like I said, I one option of, I like, or I guess I would accept that 20 meters along Carrot Creek, it's a fairly narrow little creek. Some might call it not even a creek, but so 20 meters and as was mentioned, that would accommodate a standard walking trail or trail kind of width. That's our standard. So I certainly align with that. I'm just looking to, and again, trying to do the math with a smaller Carrot Creek protection, but a larger Big Lake protection. I think in my mind, at least, Big Lake is a much greater asset to everybody, and way into the future, having that land. So the calculation would still leave, the half of that 10%. I think we're trying to do it roughly in my head would still leave 5% for other parks, etc. in the area, but would kind of swap out the bigger protection along Carrot Creek and shift that to a bigger protection along Big Lake. Certainly would, I would love to see the numbers and calculation for that. And I think just protecting Big Lake is a once in a lifetime kind of opportunity for a long time in the future for residents.
Yes, I've got both Wes and that. I've got, are you good, Councillor Killick?
Yeah, I just, before it comes for final approval, can we have that option shown? And I'd like to know if the rest of council is supportive of trying to protect Big Lake.
I'm a little confused, Councillor Killick, because it's environmental reserve the whole way, so you can't develop on that. So what more do you want to see? Do you want MR?
Yeah, he wants MR.
Yep. A wider MR than the 20 on the right-hand side slide. Option 2 has got 50-meter MR along Carrot Creek. Reduce that to 20 meters and put 50 meters along Big Lake.
But Big Lake.
So you want 20 meters kind of on the north-south, and then 50 on the east-west kind of the floodplain?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Which would give that larger protection for Big Lake.
Okay. I assume that can be done.
Well, I guess I would ask, that's what we're asking for, is sort of council direction on what you want to see on this. So we can do it. It's extra work and could delay that.
Because the intention south of Meadowview was to do some commercial, right?
North of the MR, there's.
Yeah, so if you do the 50 meter, you're really limiting what you could put there, I'm assuming.
I think the intention of Councillor Killick was just to get that changed.
More of a buffer.
More information, he's not putting forward a motion.
Yeah, I don't think you have to do the work. He just would make a motion, right?
Well, no, I mean, I'm not going to speak for Councillor Killick, but I don't think he's just asking.
I think he's asking for more information. We understand that, but I guess, I'll defer to Adrian maybe to comment. The concern is the more that gets pushed down the road, the more the surfacing of Lakeview gets down the road.
Yeah, if I can, maybe I can show the aerial with the flood map, so I can toggle it on and off, and that might help to see. Because I just doing a measurement here, and again, I'll try to share.
Yeah, Adrian, while you're doing that, I would certainly be prepared to make a motion to make that larger protection along
Are
the
you
lake.
able to see the map? now?
Yeah, sorry.
So if you can see, this is like the ordinary high water mark here. And I put in this little line, I'll turn it on. So you can see the flood line. So I put in these little house markers all along the flood line. So basically you have 200 meters of I mean, it's subject to the 1 in 100 year flood that is already going to be built in as green space. And that theoretically can accommodate recreational activities, et cetera. So unless you're talking about building structures and stuff like that, outside of that, this entire area plus 20 meters or 50 meters would be protected. And then I think if I do a measurement from this way, so you're talking 160 meters, so then you're down to 145. And if you do 50, then you're down to 115 meters. So just for some context about that size of that area.
So it still could be developed in a narrow warehouse along there.
I don't.
15 meters isn't very much. But is that what the questions you need answered, Councillor Gillen? Can you put anything on 150? And that's 150 meters at almost the widest point, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is it's 167 meters here, and then
Yeah, but then another 50 would.
take out 50, so you're down to 116.
Perhaps if I could reframe it a different way, Adrian, for the crew, it's, I think asking is what's the environmental benefit to a 50-meter buffer versus a 20-meter buffer, I think.
I guess the way that I think that we're looking at it, the 20 meters is probably sufficient to protect a big lake, to provide a great opportunity for amenity. We still have the Red Willow master plan, which identifies that this area would be some sort of a trail system that connects over to Carrot Creek. So I don't know, like as Christina's mentioned, it's just kind of, you start to have to choose your battles about how much MR you want to dedicate down here when this is already essentially protected from any development. And then what's your plan for the rest of this area? If you're going to allocate for industrial land, then that 30-meter strip starts to add up. That 30-meter difference can start to add up to an extent. But again, it's council decision.
We can certainly do the calculation about the relative, if we do a 50-meter buffer, what's left, and provide that information secretarially, absolutely.
Or is there another way to look at this? At what would be the minimum width that could be developed along there for industrial? Like, because I think we're kind of jumping from 20 to 50. Maybe there's a 20 to 30. I just like to see that we really. I understand, there's some need for industrial development along there, but what is the minimum width that you could actually have a long, skinny, I don't know, set of warehouse type bays, high tech development in there? Does that leave, is it 20 or is it 30 or is it 40? Maybe 50 is too much. But what is the optimal width and that allows some development, but also the maximizes the protection? I don't know how you.
So just for context, the blocks, like the block width in Riel is 140 meters wide. And probably Scott maybe can talk to it. This is something that's kind of more detailed than we're getting into a little bit of weeds here, but essentially, if you think about Riel, if you go Rayborn Crescent, that block is about 140 meters wide.
Okay.
So that protection, thank you, that's very helpful. So 140 meters wide, what would that mean for additional MR in? What would that be? Is it 30 meters?
Well, he said it was that he measured out 165, 66, so
Yeah.
20 meters is pretty much 25 at the most.
Well, and then there was a couple other little areas that were well within that, so.
Yeah, and then if you're doing more.
The other thing to remember is that MR isn't like under the MGA, and maybe this is just too cut and dry and too planery focused, and I apologize if it is. It's not to preserve or to protect the environment. The protection of the environment is using the municipal reserve and the municipal reserve lands. And that's what we're going to further study, is to make sure that whatever the land is dedicated as municipal reserve, that it's functioning to enable that preservation of that natural area. And so this is where that's actually your land preservation tool through the Municipal Government Act. It's not always perfect, but it's what you have. So that 20 meters or 50 meters, it doesn't necessarily function as your environmental protection. We could be putting grass in there, mowing it. That might be more of an invasive species, that type of thing. So again, remembering parks doesn't always equal environmental protection.
Sorry, Christina, just for clarity, I think you said MR is the tool we'd use to achieve that. I think you meant ER, correct?
Yes, that's sorry. I do apologize between the MRs and ERs. I'm not helping our case here at all. I apologize.
Every time we make that MR dedication wider, we're taking away another park space within residential or even Lakeview, right? So it's a balance.
Yeah, and that's what I had said, that I don't want to lose that other, in either one of these scenarios, you have like 5% used and the remaining 5% for the parks in the neighborhoods, which totally neighborhood parks I think are great. So we don't want to lose that either, but I just want to make sure we're finding a way to maximize the protection of Big Lake and still finding what's the minimum, and maybe 140 meters is the minimum from Meadowview Drive that would allow a real type depth of commercial development.
I'm going to jump over to Councillor Jolly and then Councillor Broadhead, and we can come back to you, Councillor Killick, if you want me to.
Yep.
Councillor Jolly, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm trying to figure out what greater flexibility means for the 50 meter MR. Because to me, that big vision is I see a space like the edge of the North Sask where people gather at Horlack Park, like where it's kind of skinny along there. Like it's a really, it's a destination. It's not just like a neighborhood park kind of area. So is my like destination kind of trail, is that in line with what admin's thinking for flexibility?
More flexible.
Yes. There is that. So the trail is going to be our big city park feature, but within, and I don't know if Tracy, you can go back to the land use concept itself. There are places, you can see one even on this slide, the 4.2, 8 hectares. There's also another area up in Lakeview where there's these bigger gathering spaces for parks. So that's where people would enter them. They could park there. That's where some of the picnic tables, I don't want to presuppose Parks vision for things, but that's where kind of those bigger chunks of land are to enable that gathering. And then you would disperse and do more of your walking and hiking along the top of bank.
Okay, thank you. So I guess in
the green bump outs.
Yeah, and so Councillor Killick, kind of in the spirit of the discussions at committee level, I definitely think that the ER is sufficient around Big Lake and then just the normal MR around it. But I would like to see the 50 meters of MR, just because it can be a destination instead of just something you pass through. I do a lot of my kind of outdoor recreating in Edmonton, in Parkland County and Sturgeon County, because just nothing like this exists in St. Albert. And if we keep it at 20 meters, it's just going to be more of the same. It's, I'll still have to leave to go to Parkland County to go for kind of the same kind of walk that gives that experience. So I just throw that out there.
So the 50-meter is about 6% of the MR and then leaves 4% at neighborhood level. So, okay.
5 point something and then.
Okay, so we've got one vote for 50 meters for sure from Natalie. Councillor Broad, I'll move it over to you.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Can you throw up that the cross section again between the two of them? Because the 50 meters is not from the edge of the water. It's actually from the edge of the ER, right?
Yeah.
So talk to me about what that means from the edge of the water.
Long way.
That varies, and that's where we do all of the studies to determine where the top of bank is. I think Adrian showed along Big Lake, what did you say, Adrian, about 150 to 200 meters from the water line?
Yeah, I can. I'm just checking.
Yeah.
The closest
So
that I can see is 205 meters.
Yeah, it'll vary between that 205 meters. Carrot Creek, it could narrow down to, I'm presupposing 10 meters. The lowest that the MGA would allow you was 6, but you might have a spot where it's a very sheer cliff and the bank is stable after 10 meters. So it varies. So that's what we're saying through this process. We're going to get these studies done to determine exactly where that top of bank line is. And Tracy was showing that with the purple line itself.
All right. Fair enough. So to my point is that when you start talking about the visual impact of what's actually going to be there, it's not really 20 meters wide from the edge of Carrot Creek, or certainly not from Big Lake. It's a couple of football fields from Big Lake, and might be 30 or 40 meters actually from the edge of the creek itself. So my question actually is around, you got a 20-meter road and you say one side development there. Is that cast in stone? Can we assume that that's going to be the case? You'll have a road sort of ringing the area, and you'll have a 20-meter buffer, and then you actually have another 20-meter roadway there. Is that going to be the way it is, or are you going to have businesses backing on to your 20-meter MR?
So along in Lakeview Business District, the goal is to have that road in the employment lands. We can't necessarily do it in the Churro, but yes, definitely that is the plan. That's what we're looking at within the employment areas.
Okay, but in Churro, it won't be businesses, it will be residential.
It'll be residential, yeah.
All right, thank you. I don't know if you're asking for a straw poll on this, Madam Mayor, but
I think that would help planning staff.
okay. Well, I tend to agree with the recommendation of administration, simply because we can put all our MR into the setbacks, and then there won't be anything left in the residential areas that we actually want our people to live in. So to the point that's been made, I think, and I appreciate the heart here, but the point is we want Churro neighborhood to have walking trails and parks there as well. So we have to, unless we're willing to buy land, which might be a discussion for later on this afternoon, then you have to manage your MR appropriately. The other question I have, can you go back to that question about Badgerlands, the picture, the map on Badgerlands? So my question is the portion that you've added south of Fowler Way there, that abuts to residential in Nouveau, does it not? So is that a natural separation? Like it seems to me you'll have residential right in Nouveau up against that south portion of the Badgerlands. I'm wondering if that south portion should be residential.
There are some environmental concerns, if you recall, over that land for
Did you
residents.
hear that, Councillor Broadhead? That there's some environmental concerns there?
This is the because of the snow that was on there.
Yeah.
It's not that big.
So
Is it like, I mean, how many hectares are we talking here?
It's 32 hectares, roughly 80 acres.
That just that south portion of.
Oh, the south
south?
portion.
That's 80
Sorry.
acres?
It's half of it. It's about half of it. So about 40 acres, 30 to 40 acres.
And we've got that already in St. Albert, Councillor Broadhead. We've got Kingswood right beside Campbell. We've got Midtown right in the middle of Riel, right? So I don't know.
Well,
Maybe
I would argue that, Madam Mayor, because they're all separated by roadways. This would have a neighborhood road between them, right?
So Tracy's going to go through in our next set of slides and talk about Badger and Lakeview with a little bit more detail. Right now, it's identified as employment, but there are different things within employment that might be a little less impactful that we can also look at, because she's looking at some of the municipal needs. So we'll go into that a little further, Councillor Broadhead.
Fair enough.
If you'd like.
Yeah, because Tracy's not done her presentation. She just stopped because of the.
Oh,
yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't mean to jump the gun then.
No, it's
Thank
okay,
you.
but I think they wanted to hear the 20, so I've got one vote each, 20 and a 50. I don't know which one of you is first, Ken?
I'll go first. I mean, those,
Okay, do you have a vote?
I'll be really quick. I'll be super quick because Councillor Broadhead asked kind of my question in relation to the type of development that would be along Carrot Creek and even that little piece around where Meadowview Road is. So I think, my concern is if it was like what type is it, front facing or back facing, and I know in Shiro it will be more residential than so you for being 1 hour behind us, you're ahead of me. But I think I mean that was my comment, and I think Christina answered it for me. But straw vote, I'm with recommendation from administration.
20?
Yep.
That's what it is.
Should I one, okay, just any of the planning people. So the 20-meter MR that we're discussing indefinitely here. Where on the current Sturgeon River do we have a 20-meter segment? Like, I know you mentioned that we have the 140 going on to Rayborn, but where, because we have all walked that path 2 billion times by this point.
Yeah.
Where do we have 20 meters currently on?
I think it would be
Sturgeon.
hard to answer that because some of it would be environmental reserve, right?
Just to give me an idea, like from where the river is to where it kind of ends, what does 20 meters look like on any point of the Sturgeon?
I'm going to actually, not to default, but ask our people in recreation regarding what a 20-meter pathway looks like.
Yeah.
Amanda or Diane, do you guys have an example that maybe would help?
I think Amanda wants to jump in here. Amanda, do you want to turn on your camera and jump in a little bit around the 20-meter linear park and give some examples of where those are?
Yeah, thank you, Diane. So our 20-meter standard for connector parks just came in 2018. So we do have a lot of future connector parks that look at about a 20-meter width. That hasn't been the case in the past. It's been very much case by case, anywhere from 6 meters to 30, 40 meters for the connector parks. So if I can have a couple of minutes, I can try and find you a spot that's fairly well known. I just need a couple of minutes to do that, if that's okay.
Adrian, I think that's Adrian sharing. He's got, is that City Hall?
Adrian.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is St. Albert Place, and then you've got the
So give me a 20-meter little yellow line and
You're just enjoying AutoCAD. Let's get.
Yeah,
I love this.
There's 20 meters
okay.
over by
There.
the healing garden from the river to the
Trail?
backside of, it's past the trail, a little bit past the trail. That's 20 meters.
But also remember, some of that land would be environmental reserve.
you'd have to-
now,
yeah.
Adrian.
And,
You would
well,
go-
yeah, I'll show, I mean, that's the floodplain down there.
There.
So
Oh,
that would
gosh.
all be in the ER.
Right. It
So
just
then-
seems to be a
It's just
facade.
context.
Yeah, the 20 meters from on top of that would almost take it to the top line though. To
Yeah,
the top
yeah.
trail,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, this is just context for what
Yeah.
20 meters is from the
Okay,
sturgeon.
yeah, just to give me an idea of what 20 meters looks
That
like.
helps, yeah.
And then the other thing is the environmental reserve section, what's the average width of that? Like, I know we're saying we have that and we're gonna add up and then we go to the top of Banker 100. But not, so on the proposal, I don't know how much that's averaging. Like, is it normally about 20 meters or 30 meters or 50 or 150? What's kind of the average-ish
Along Carrot Creek.
along Carrot Creek? Like, how much are we getting
More than
already?
20, I could say. Right, see, there's the 20-meter line.
You would have to go back to Carrot Creek, that one.
Yeah, I don't have that. I don't have that. I'm sorry.
Like,
Yeah,
guess from 2 billion miles away. I'm just trying to like, are we confident that everything is at least 20 meters in addition? For
I
the
think
moment,
that would be a fair assessment.
okay. So we're
If
really
this is-
looking at
if this is
40.
50, and then it's like, it's both the same.
Yeah.
Environmental reserve is definitely 40-ish
So
meters.
so we're really talking 40 to 50 meters from the bank for the
Already.
most part.
Yes.
Anyway, even
ER and then-
when it's a 20 meters of MR.
And then
From the creek.
From the creek, yeah. Yeah, okay. That would make sense.
So you're 20?
I'm comfortable with the 20. The only other question I have is just to kind of follow up on what Mike had to say is we have the 20 and 50. Did you guys consider a 30, 35 or 40? Like what made you come up with those two options? Because it's like, I feel like it's like we can date or we can get married and there was nothing in between. So what made us come up with those two options?
So it was mostly just context. We've seen the 50-meter being tossed around in conversations through the MDP process quite a lot. So we included the 50. And then the 20-meter is the standard for linear parks that Parks and Recreation had. So that's what we utilize. That's why we did 20 and 30. 20 and 50, sorry.
Okay.
But you did look at 30 because the recommendation number 2 was 50 on Carrot Creek, 30 on.
Yeah,
Right, and then that was based, I think, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but based on the preservation of developable land, sort of.
yes. Yeah.
And you still like the 20 more after all is said and done than the 30 because of the amount of MR we still need to find for everywhere else, correct?
Yeah, so it's, again, this is where we're just looking for direction from council because we've heard some varying and conflicting input regarding preservation and developability. So we're making the recommendation based upon our existing policies that we already have. But this is a council decision and a council document. So if there's a desire to make changes or to have it a little bit wider, we would implement that based upon your direction. But we're trying to show the impacts of each decision.
Got it. Okay, so if you ask me, I could go with 20, but I'd also be open to 25 or 30, but I think that 50 might be excessive. That's where I'd go.
So maybe if I could just offer that there's also the neighborhood plan, and I'd ask Adrian and Christine, correct me if I'm wrong, but there are environmental assessments that are done, right? So the actual detailed scoping.
Yeah.
A lot of that work, and we're not going to adhere to something that is environmentally unfriendly or unsafe, right? That would be subject to a specific.
Yeah, I know, it's just about usability. So I'd be open to like a small change, but not a large one from the recommendation.
So Amanda said most of Erinner's trails are between 14 and 25 meters wide, if that adds context.
trail itself, not from the river though.
So those are the trails that are up in.
Trail, yes.
Councillor Romansky, just let you weigh in on the.
Okay.
50.
Thank you. And I thank Councillor Killick, for your attention to this. But in this particular case, because the environmental reserves from the province seem to keep growing and we're at the hundreds of feet already in environmental reserve, to bring it 150 feet, I find to be excessive. And I believe that, through this administration is taking, good care in environmental choices. So I will go with the advised 20.
And I find this hard because I know exactly what Councillor Jolly's saying about making this more of a destination, and some of the bigger cities have these huge river valleys, which allow them to have probably more ER. And it's what I'm finding difficult is I don't get to see the neighborhood dedication. So, you know, I guess if we stuck with 20, which I think that'll be my vote, with the thought of, as we do MR dedication at the neighborhood level, looking for more spots, not maybe the entire length of Carrot Creek, but certain spots along Carrot Creek to put more MR for a stopping point while you're hiking or biking, et cetera, you know, just to make that more of a destination, and maybe you have like workout equipment along the way or logs to run over or whatever.
I want bars.
You want bars? Like cocktail bars? Oh, I thought that's commercial.
If I can just add that the Red Willow Park West Master Plan does have a proposed park plan, which has nodes and destinations.
Way to describe it, yeah.
Yes, so that could be referenced as well if you want to go and look to see where they're proposed right now as a concept only. And there are some nodes, but to Councillor Jolly's point, probably not definitely as large or expensive as City of Edmonton.
This is that's a good picture.
I would guess in City of Edmonton, a majority of that valley is floodplain and
Oh, easily.
environment. And so they didn't have to dedicate MR to achieve that. And they're fortunate for that. More like Park itself.
Well, if you looked at historical floods and Horlack Park floods,
Yeah.
flooded all the way up Connors Road. The entire lands down by Dawson Bridge are completely flooded all the way up to the bridge.
It'd be like the majority of 20 right now, right?
Yeah.
I think we're at 20.
This is a good draw. This is Adrian. Yeah, well, no, but he's put the,
Adrian?
he's trying to show you.
Yeah, I just put context so you can kind of see the old limits of disturbance from the farmer's field, and this is Carrot Creek. And then the existing Schedule G flood map, which isn't exactly what we're seeing with the new study, but it's ballpark close, and some measurements from, you know, what we normally see is the kind of the stream channel.
You put it up again? Yeah, it's quite big. And that's before we add the 20 meters, correct? Or is that with it?
So that's what the dotted area there, that's within the floodplain, and then you would be talking about 50 or 20 on top of that.
To both Melissa and Amanda, I see you guys popping up with stuff in the chat. If you could unmute and say that, because not everyone's on chats, right? Their notes. Half the people are getting information and half aren't. So if you have any further stuff to contribute, I'd love to hear from you, but not through the chat. Just so everyone who's public can hear too.
Yeah, apologies, Mayor. I was just trying not to interrupt the flow of the conversation.
That's okay. Interrupt away. It's committee of the whole. That's what we're here for, right? So go ahead. Is that Melissa or was that Amanda?
That was Amanda.
That was Amanda.
Okay. All right. I think we're back to you, Tracy. Oh, no, Councillor Killick, go ahead.
Yeah, again, I just wanted to be clear. I think in the discussion, I heard a little bit of confusion as to what I was proposing. And I am okay, to be very clear, along Carrot Creek, 20 meters seems sufficient. It follows our standard path kind of recreating width. So I understand that. My request was really along the east-west Big Lake area to give maximum amount of protection that we possibly can along that section, whether it, 50 meters might be too much, but somewhere along 20 or 20 is too small along Big Lake, in my humble opinion. As I mentioned, Big Lake is a world-renowned migratory, and I say this, worldly known migratory bird path. And I think we should do everything we possibly can to give the maximum amount of protection to that migratory route. And if we don't do it now, Once it's gone forever. Our wetlands just worldwide are shrinking. Our bird populations are decreasing. Climate change is screwing everything up. And we have this once in a lifetime opportunity to say we are going to give as big a setback from the environmental reserve as we possibly can to protect that asset. And it's an asset for St. Albert. Once it's not just we're protecting the lake, it's for the users and the residents and, people that will come and have those bird populations there forever. So I think it's an opportunity, and I would love to see from administration some other options. I don't want to use all of our MR. Obviously, that would not make sense. We want to save some of it for parks in the neighborhoods. I fully support neighborhood parks as well. So I just think we should really look at what our options could be to leave that some remaining land, obviously for parks, but give the most protection we possibly can for the big lake. And noting that, the birds fly north to south right across where we have where that chunk of land is that we're talking about. So I would certainly love to see that option brought forward when we bring this to full council.
Melissa.
I put it a huge line.
Melissa, you had your hand up? Go ahead.
Sorry, my mute button. I couldn't find my unmute button. So I just wanted to give some context to setbacks. So I know that there can be frustration with the amount of land that's required for environmental setbacks, but they are based on sound scientific reasoning. So for context, certain birds like owls or bald eagles, which we do have in that area, really should be left with a 1 kilometer buffer. So this is based on, what kind of distance you need to leave them to have good hunting habitat, to have good nesting areas, and to be undisrupted. So these decisions are all based on scientific merit, and the flood line really is the bare minimum. Especially when it comes to an area like Big Lake. Like Councillor Killick said, it is a globally renowned bird area. It is protected as such. And I understand the give and take of MR and development. I totally do. But yeah, just keep in mind that little strip next to Big Lake. I mean, it's prone to flooding. There's birds that nest all the way along that shoreline. So this is an opportunity to maybe, give a little bit extra there. How you guys go about doing that, whether it's conservation reserve, whether it's MR, I don't know. That's up to you. But I would obviously tend to agree with Councillor Killick a bit more in this scenario.
Awesome. Thanks, Melissa. Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So Councillor Killick, those are really good debate comments for a motion that's not that I want to know what it is. So I'm asking, so in terms of an actual amendment or a motion to be made today, are you proposing that administration comes back with the 20-meter setback along Carrot Creek and then an additional whatever setback along Big Lake? Like, are you thinking right to the road? Are you thinking, within 10 meters of the road? I'm just trying to think of an actual motion that we could, so we could actually give administration direction with.
Yeah, thanks, Natalie. Yeah, I think the option or for a motion wording would be to have, what is the minimum allowable or minimal usable commercial strip along Meadowview that would allow the maximum protection of Big Lake with the largest, and again, it kind of comes, I don't know what the number is. That's why I'm asking administration, is it 20 meters? Could we still have, could it be 30 meters from Big Lake? 20 meters, totally okay with along Carrot Creek, not debating that. So the motion would focus in on how do I get the maximum protection along Big Lake with still allowing kind of a standard, I guess, industrial development or warehouse type development along Meadowview.
So just speaking to economic development, we kind of have that. It's about 140 meters is the baseline.
Okay.
Maybe you can squeeze it down to 120, the look. So we could do that work and sort of come back, but it won't. Developers will ultimately decide what's useful and what isn't. So we could take a look at that. I guess what I'm hearing, it's about the balance between that and the maximum amount, the environmental protections of Big Lake ultimately, and the science that goes into that, which is really neighborhood plan stuff.
Okay. I'm going to go to Christina, and I'll come to you. Go ahead, Christina.
Yeah, I think from the planning department's perspective, we're just looking for general direction to move this project forward. We don't mind what council will the committee is like, I guess it's not a recommendation, but the straw polling is kind of what we're using to develop these policies. Having several different scenarios results in several different impacts and changes to the plan. And it is costly and timely. So in order to maintain our budget and to maintain our timelines, we would need some general direction regarding one option. If there's two, we would come back, but we would then, we're pretty tight on budget already, just as a FYI to everyone, that we may need to come back for more budget and more time. So that's all.
Well, I think you've heard pretty high consensus on the 20 meter along Carrot Creek, except there's a little bit of maybe options on the south side of Meadowview. I think that, and if you could do a little bit of work with ECDev, then that shouldn't be too much work. I'm not guessing. Yeah,
that's fine. It's got to come back anyway. So 20 meters along Carrot Creek, I think we've taken as absolute majority decision, and then we'll have another quick look at the Big Lake piece in light of what's the developable piece and ensuring the maximum environmental protection.
and I have one more quick question about MR. So this proposal only has MR on the kind of the north side of the entire area structure plan. You have nothing at the ASP level on the south side. Is that correct?
Sorry, I missed that one. I'm getting bombarded with messages right now. Sorry about that.
So
Christina, I could respond.
Okay, go ahead.
So there are two community level parks, one on the north shore of Big Lake and one in kind of the mid-northern part of Lakeview. So if you look for the cross test area, they kind of blend in a little bit to the ERMR buffer, but there should be one on the north shore of Big Lake and a little bit further north. They kind of look like bump outs. Thank you, Tracy. And those are in alignment with the Red Willow Park West Master Plan, and they are community level park.
I was thinking south of the Sturgeon River. So, you know, in around LeClaire and 137th, we're going to need some MR down there. Are we not?
Yeah, so that's where we would probably put that at more as a neighborhood park within there. There is also opportunity to do some joint work with the province because while it's identified as future employment lands, on the west side of LeClaire in the purple, that area is actually owned by the province, and they would like for it to remain as environmental or parklands. So there's probably some opportunity to do something there that we can write in policy if you would like to direct the opportunity to investigate recreation
No, I think I
areas.
just, at the neighborhood level, I have confidence you'll have some trails and stuff in there for
Yeah, yeah.
those people that work down there, right? And
Yes, of
in from
course, yeah.
Edmonton. Yeah, okay. All right, Tracy, that's the,
I haven't.
oh, did you? On MR? Okay, go ahead.
No, it was just in relation to this last little bit in conversation. And keep that slide up if you don't mind. I appreciate it, Tracy, because I mean, we've talked about options and we've talked about extra work, but I mean, you know, the more that we protect, whether it's through MR or other, I mean, that little sliver is going to become significantly smaller. And at what point in time does it then not make economical sense for the landowner to actually work on it? So I mean, I think as long as administration comes back perhaps with that, working with a development, because I mean, there are portions that will be significantly, I mean, even optically right now, you can see how much of the ER or the MR kind of sneaks up to that roadway. And if you start to build actually a crosstown roadway, you're taking up even more. So, I mean, by our decision, even if it's a straw poll, we pretty much sanitize that little sliver of land for any economic development. And what are the implications of that? Potentially, I mean, I don't know from a legality perspective, I mean, this is owned by a private landowner, I believe. And what are the consequences of a decision that we make today or on future viability of that? And is there any liability to us?
Short answer is, as long as you don't totally sterilize a piece of land, you can pretty severely restrict the range of uses without attracting liability. However, I caution though that as long as you don't unduly restrict it, I mean, that area of law is developing, what we call a constructive taking. And there are some recent cases that would surprise you as to how much municipalities can be liable, even though they may allow what seems to be a reasonable range of uses. But courts have said, no, that's tantamount to, sterilizing, right? Yeah. So we have to be cautious. You're very right to be cautious about that.
Yeah, and I mean, as long as administration has that ability to bring that information back, because I mean, if you need 140 meters for any type of even light commercial or like warehousing, and you've already taken up AMR and you've already taken up in road construction, I like sterilize better than the word I was going to use, but so, I mean, you basically cut it off, and there could be some consequences to that.
Okay. Let's take a quick break, just 5 or 10 minutes, because Tracy's got a lot more to present, and we still need to, I just saw the naming policy, people pop into the waiting room, so 5 or 10 minutes, just use, stretch your legs, use the bathroom if you need to.
5 after?
Sure, 5 after, Victoria, because it's 7 minutes.
It's 11:07, you're right. You're right.
We're back. Tracy. Continue on. Thank you for waiting.
Is someone else screen sharing? Okay, I'll just. Okay. All right, so yeah, so we're on to our last topic for this presentation. It's regarding the city needs assessment on Badgerlands and Lakeview Business District. We recognize the last council motion was regarding specifically the Badgerlands for admin to further investigate land uses on, but we've included both Badger and Lakeview because the St. Albert West includes both portions, and we'll be starting neighborhood plans next month. So this would having both would help. Okay, so on the left, we have a map showing Badgerlands in the north, shown by the blue parcel, which contains about 32 hectares / 80 acres. And to the south in purple, we have the lands owned by the city within the Lakeview Business District. These lands contain about 69 hectares / 171 acres. There are several considerations to keep in mind prior to planning development of lands, and these considerations are outlined on the left column. We'll go over each of the considerations as they pertain to either Badgerlands in the middle column and the Lakeview lands in the right column. As mentioned from the last slide with the maps, the total area of Badger is about 32 hectares and City Lakeview land is about 69 hectares. 10% of MR is typically dedicated from each landowner, so that would be 3.2 hectares of total area in Badger and 6.9 hectares of total area from City Lakeview lands. Next, about 30% are dedicated for servicing purposes such as roads, public utility lots, and stormwater management facilities. In Badger, that would be 9.6 hectares of the total area, which would also include the portion of future Fowler Way. And for the City Lakeview lands, that would be about 20 hectares of total area dedicated for servicing infrastructure. Environmental reserve will be identified with detailed technical studies, and it's dependent on the area. So right now we have ER as to be determined in both. And that would leave us with less than 19 hectares in Badger and less than 42 hectares in City Lakeview lands. In terms of uses within the Badger and City Lakeview lands, they are identified as employment areas under the MDP, employment areas under the St. Albert West Area Structure Plan, and will be further distinguished as either industrial or commercial at the neighborhood plan stage. The St. Albert West Area Structure Plan currently restricts commercial districts in the Lakeview, but keep in mind that commercial uses are still enabled in industrial districts of the land use bylaw. So for example, in the land use district of commercial and industrial services, there are some permitted commercial uses that include warehouse stores, general services, and auto-related services. The CIS district also includes general retail service as a discretionary use. And at the land use bylaw, we will apply the applicable district. Right now, we don't have it all spelled out. In terms of timeline, Badgerlands prior development will need the ASP and neighborhood plan approved. So that's anticipating for this year, 2023. Following that, we will do environmental site assessments, phase 2 and phase 3, anticipated for 2024. And then through those assessments, it will inform the remediation process sometime in 2023. And then servicing the design and build following that. For Lakeview, again, it needs the ASP and neighborhood plan approvals, anticipating for this year, 2023. And then servicing design and build is between 2024 and 2026. This table summarizes the city needs, and they've been generally applied to the Badgerlands, recognizing that some of the land uses may be accommodated on the city Lakeview lands. But starting from the top to the bottom, policing, servicing, surfaces will require approximately 2 to 3 hectares by 2030. Public Works will require a satellite yard about 2 to 5 hectares by 2026. There is currently a compost yard that exists on Badgerland and that will also need a home, and the timing for that is identified as now. There are also a couple of utility debris processing stations that currently exist on Badgerland, and they are also undergoing upgrades this year, so the timing of that is also now. Government/Indigenous relations identified a space for Indigenous cultural programming, and it's been estimated that it might be 1 hectare, the timing of to be determined. And there's also been discussions in the past for a high school site in Badgerland, and the size of that is approximately 8 to 9 hectares, which would include the school and park facilities. And the timing of this high school is identified as immediate, as there is a proposed school in the northeast that is unknown at this time in terms of its timing. So based on the total developable area in Badgerlands, we may be at maximum should we accommodate all of the uses in this table. Because again, we only, at Badgerlands, we have less than 19, and with all of the uses combined, we may be between 17 to 22 hectares. So with that, we can take the following time to discuss, and some of the questions that we can think about are there other land uses to consider in Badgerlands or Lakeview? Are there some land uses you prefer seeing in Badgerlands or the Lakeview Business District, and which ones? So yeah, that concludes that portion of the presentation and the overall presentation as well. So we can also take this time to answer any other questions outside of this topic. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Killick.
Yeah, so Tracy, thanks for the presentation, and specific to this slide. My understanding is Fowler Way will kind of slice that in half roughly. I don't know if you have any way to show where the proposed Fowler Way would go. But my question, yeah, so it's kind of building on what Councillor Broadhead had started to ask, and my understanding from Solar Farm is the Solar Farm presentations that the salt contamination is on the north side of where Fowler Way would go, towards the very north part of, that's where we stored all the snow and the water accumulated. And so I'm thinking that would certainly be a good location for some of the proposals that you've laid out, but south of where Fowler Way is going to be would tie in and be good for residential. Was that option looked at?
Yeah, so with the land uses that were proposed, residential was not consideration, but it can be. It would need the necessary remediation process. It's different for industrial versus residential lands. But there would have to be some moving around with these other land uses. Some of them might have to go to Lakeview, or some of them can go to Badger. But as far as all of these considerations for these land uses, it is maxed out in this Badgerlands area. So
but
can I ask a question, Councillor Killick? Are you asking about residential uses from a resale to a developer for those types of residential uses, or are you looking at affordable housing, more city-led residential?
No, the first option, Christina, the selling of the land. Again.
So we have not. I can just say we haven't, because we're looking at uses that the city may need, not necessarily if there's extra, like what we've heard in the past is that we need to have as much land in Lakeview set aside for industrial uses and employment uses. So what we did is we went around and asked administration, what is our total needs for more of a city type uses? And we've added it up, and it basically, you know, the high school site could go on MR, so that's could give you a bit more wiggle room. But for the most part, what we've identified is that we've got a lot of city needs as well for land. So, and it basically takes up all of the Badger component. So that's what we're just telling you today. But if you all are asking us to look at perhaps selling it, that is a different scope.
Well, I guess just from again, if Powler Way cuts through that land and the salt contamination is on the north part, that would limit, take it away from being residential. But if the salt contamination is just in the south, or is not in the south part of that land, it would tie in nicely to sell it to a developer and have it continuous residential. We could take the money and buy other land in the industrial area where it might make even more sense to have a public utilities yard further west or something like that. I'm not sure, but I'm just thinking that little chunk of land there where it's going to be segregated by Fowler Way would fit better with a tie in nicely to the Nouveau residential land, and sell it, put the money in the bank, and buy some future land that I don't know, we could use the money to even buy the land that we need to continue completing Fowler Way or something. Put it in the bank for future public works, or substation of police, or you name it.
I guess the real question is, of these uses here, so you're saying we're going to need a land for a new car scene facility next 8 years, for sure. Okay, and the satellite yard is public works.
It's public works, yes, it's about expanding the reach into the new house.
Is that about like what we've got now, like where we take our dead leaves and stuff? Well, I don't think we should have a compost yard in St. Alberta. I think it should all go to a waste energy facility somewhere else, right? And the utility debris processing, what is that?
Yeah. What's it be?
Yeah.
We've got someone from public ops who can talk about utility.
I guess maybe I'll jump in on this one. So that's our dewatering facility. So there's two facilities here. We have our hydrovac excavation, so the slurry from hydrovacking, and we dewater that at this location currently. And then we also have the sediment that we remove from our storm lift stations. And we've got the bin set up there to dewater that before we can take it to a landfill. So it's a current use of the site. And when we were surveyed, we said we could relocate it. We were actually planning to relocate that as part of the solar farm, because the solar farm would take up most of the space. But we actually don't have another home for it. So that's something we'd need to investigate. Those are facilities that we could find a different home for. So
it sounds like you need that quickly. Same with the compost, but the satellite yard, the compost yard, and the utility debris processing station, to me, are ugly. I mean, they're necessary, but they're not something you want right. That's not good transition from a residential area into an employment area. So that's my comments. The Indigenous cultural programming space. This is the first I've heard of it. Can I get a little bit more information on this?
It's been an ask from a number of stakeholders. It's essentially a natural spot where programming can be scheduled and it can be held, right? So it's not a healing garden. It's actually a program delivery site.
Okay. Is it indoors or outdoors?
Probably a little bit of both, being the concept.
Okay, and I saw some good synergies with what you're proposing there, and what the Arts and Heritage is building over by the grain elevators. To me, that's a better spot for it. I don't know if there's some significant parts of Badgerlands that are indigenously significant, but unless I hear otherwise, I think it's probably better to have it over with Arts and Heritage. And the high school site, probably could work quite well, because it would be good transition over from, Nouveau. But then it takes away, obviously, the synergies we could have with the community amenities, right? So of the list there, RCMP, that's it. But I'm sure there's gonna be more need. That's my thinking, right? Or is this, you telling me all the need we're gonna have municipally?
I think those are our needs, but this was probably akin to a bit of a brainstorming session.
Okay.
As we looked at post solar farm, what are some of the uses we could use from the city perspective to preserve Lakeview for industrial development and therefore tax assessment and ultimately revenue. So that was the thought process, was not trying to degrade the amount of land we have for those purposes, how they get split, but so we could absolutely sell this. We could do a number of things with it, but we looked at identifying the city needs or potential city needs in the next little while as a start state to kickstart the conversation.
Why do we need to have this conversation at a giant ASP level?
Because we're including it into the ASP, so we just need to designate the land.
This is for the neighborhood plan. So now we're into like the sub plan, the little part. This is going back to the council motion that was provided. I think it came through the solar farm debate or post solar farm debate to come up and to plan these lands for development. So this is why planning is now looking at these lands based upon that council motion.
So I could see policing in a high school, don't need a fire hall up there?
Well, not if you're in 4.
The other one up there.
Yeah, I guess it's pretty close.
Just on the end of
But I would consider some donation or to something like what we're doing on St. Thomas Street for affordable housing. That's not there, but I would, that's again, good transition from Nouveau. Or just sell it for office space, like nice looking buildings with office space so people could live in Nouveau and walk to work. That would be kind of nice too. Anyone else? Go ahead, Jill.
I had a question. When do we think that, let's just assume everything goes on schedule. When do we think we're actually gonna have that land serviceable for development?
Go back and slide what's there. Yeah.
Did I miss it?
Yeah. Bottom.
Yeah, so it hasn't been funded,
Yeah.
but it would be post the remediation. So, you know, if it gets funded, let's say 2026, probably through 2028.
Okay, so
Would be the servicing and build.
3 to 5 years from now, it'd be good to go. Because that's kind of our plan for when we start building on there, right?
Yeah, I would say that's optimal. And the only reason I say that is obviously administrative perspective based on the strategic offsite. Lakeview is our number one sort of priority in right now. And so that will take capacity.
So I know you're doing the neighborhood, but is it possible just to say city infrastructure or city buildings at that level and not specify which buildings? Or do you have to go to that level of detail when you do your neighborhood stuff?
No, it's just more for us to figure out how we want to divvy up. Right now in the MDP, this area is identified as employment areas. So now we're just further assigning more and more detail. But as Tracy's got written here on this side, it'll be a combination of industrial and commercial districts that we'd be looking for this area. And again, within the industrial and commercial, there are some opportunities for some of these uses as well. And if, say, for example, there was a desire to change this to residential, then we'd have to come back and also amend the MDP, which is not impossible, but that's just an extra layer on top of this. Yeah.
So some of the things that I don't know if I'm assuming, but I'll just bring them up because I don't know where you guys are at exactly. The transit, since we're taking transit back to us, everything's kind of put on hold. I don't know if we have enough storage for all the potential transit buses. And it might be a second location so that way you're not like driving everybody down to the south side. The snow storage, I don't know if that's been addressed or not. Like, do we have, because we had it, then it was going to be drained and then it was going to go somewhere else, but they wanted like a specific drainage thing where it went down and was processed. And I don't know where we've handling that because initially I was going to go over to Lakeview. I know that the area for the community amenities site is large, but it also does not actually meet all of our recreation needs as we've seen. it's actually still quite small, especially if you stick a high school there. Even if we don't hit the high school there, we put the high school in the Badgerlands, we're still looking at, like, there's certainly going to be areas that are deficient that we could still utilize there. And then also, as unpopular it is with their average resident, we still need to have buildings for city staff. So, you know, I also just addressing it from both ends of the city, because right now we're very south heavy with city staff for central and we're not anything north. So any long-term plans for that also, I think, need to be considered. And then that's why I'm like, that's just like top of my head. I think what would be helpful is to put up, not today, but when you guys are considering everything, like put out everything that we think we need in the next 20 years, because this is not a 5-year build out plan. This is really decades build out plan. And I don't know when we're going to have another chunk of land that we got for this price that we can just deal with and then go with it. So I know you've identified like basically like half the land that we have, but I'm not in any mood to rush to sell anything unless it was like small portions where it's like, this is compatible because we have needs and we know that there'll be commercial that would go there. So we'll sell off that small portion of land for commercial, but it would be very deliberate of saying that somebody's come forward and said they want to do it because they recognize that it will service that area. But that's where, because I'm just so hesitant because the needs are greater than what we're recognizing. And then we're going to come forward and say we have a land issue again, and land is only going up in price. And so that's where that's why I'm like, if it's possible to say potential and come up with ideas. I agree with the mayor about the, all those things that should not be there, like the compost and stuff. Like we get nothing but complaints from people from composting now. So deliberately putting it there I think would not serve anybody well. So all of the really stinky stuff has to be figured out how to keep it away from our residential neighborhoods. Like don't deliberately put it there. Yeah. So further out somewhere else, if we could come up with some kind of agreement, either within our annexation lands or outside of them where we would handle this, that would make a lot more sense for us than putting it in the middle of a residential area. So the satellite yard, the compost and the processing, I don't have a solution, but we can't put that next to police station or a school site or a park space.
I don't see a problem putting that in Lakeview. It's not a lot of land.
Yeah.
And that's going to be much more
Yeah.
industrial.
And then also the snow thingy that you guys need to figure out if you still do. I don't know if you do, maybe you figure it out and I'm just behind
Is
the
there
times.
another slide that says city needs on Lakeview lands or is it? No,
Oh,
okay.
there isn't, no.
Okay.
Councillor Broadhead's got his hand up and I'm going to tell you right now, he's going to ask for a neighborhood pub. Right, Wes?
That's just based on today's conversation.
Yeah. I know him. He thought more neighborhood pubs should have been right into
That was Mike.
Go ahead, Wes.
I could walk to it.
Yeah, pub notwithstanding. My question is about that small portion south of Fowler Way again. Don't mean to belabor the point, but you added that to this ASP and took it away from the Northridge ASP. That's new here. So talk to me about that process and how that decision was arrived at, and what was it before when it was in the Northridge ASP?
In the Northridge ASP, the entire Badgerlands and the south of Valor Way was identified as future development area. So no land uses were designated yet at that stage under the ASP. It's all grayed out. And it was
Have it as an MDP has it as employment, right?
yes, as employment, but nothing further at the ASP stage under the approved Northridge ASP. And it's brought up, sorry.
I was going to say, Tracy, and it was brought over based upon that council motion in September regarding the solar farms that the city should be planning these lands, the Badger lands. So that's why we are now incorporating it in this way, based upon some of the council directions we've received. Tracy, I didn't mean to cut you off. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to add also adding it to the current West ASP because it's a West ASP is under a 2-tier framework and the Northridge was under a single tier framework. So the policies and the detail would be inconsistent. So having it all under West ASP would be more easier to review the whole document as a whole and both north and south pieces of Fowler Way.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. So what I'm going back to is one of the original reasons why we bought the land in Lakeview Business District was indeed for city uses. You know, for public works yards, those sorts of things. Are we not using that land then in Lakeview Business District to cover off some of these lists, needs that you put on Badgerlands?
I think we could. I'm getting a nod from Bill.
Again, these were ideas based on the council motion to come back and start the conversation. We absolutely could. I think every piece of city infrastructure you put is less tax money you're getting from a private development. So it's about managing, I think, the footprint overall. But these are ideas to kickstart the conversation.
Yeah, no, and appreciate that. And but my point is that we still have, no matter what decision we make, we're building our community and the face of that community. And so to me, it matters whether or not we put industrial uses across the neighborhood road from established residential areas. So that, to me, that little piece south of Fowler Way is a bit orphaned here. And the highest best use of that, I don't think, would be to put, you know, some sort of industrial use in there. You want to gather industrial uses together, I guess.
Wes, you would be okay with the high school maybe there?
Well, to the point that you made earlier, Madam Mayor, I'm sure it'd be nice to have that one there, but then how, you know, the synergies with the recreation area or the amenity site, how does that play against those two? And whether or not that, whether it's a positive to put it with the recreation, that south area would be great for a high school. In my opinion, but in any case, that's the point I'm just trying to make here, is that in the end, council builds the community by designating land use. And so that's why we're here arguing about a little sliver of land. So anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Wes, how would a transit bus barn meld with a residential neighborhood? I don't know.
I'm not sure, because you got buses leaving there at 4:30 in the morning. If they're all electric, probably nobody would say anything, but you fire up some of the diesels, they might, might have something to say about that.
So we've got our transportation center up north. That's why we bought that big chunk of land up by Costco.
Yeah, but that's not for storing buses. That's for, Wes, Ken.
We look alike. I guess, where does the servicing come from in relation to that? I think doesn't it come from the other direction now? We were going to service it up from some of the work we've done around Thoreau and all that. Is that where the servicing is coming from for Badgerland?
I'm going to let Regan answer that because he'll get, or Donnie, they'll give a much better answer than my generic one.
I guess I'll jump in. Servicing of the Badgerlands. So sanitary is to the south, I believe, and there's actually a split with Fowler Way. So to the north of Fowler Way, the servicing is actually to the west and then to the south. But the portion that's south of Fowler Way ties into the neighborhood to the south. So there was oversizing that was built into that community for both Nouveau and the portion of Badgerlands that are south of Fowler. The water servicing, I mean, water would be from the south as well as from the east, and the storm is I believe to the west. So we've got to get the storm water. That's one of the challenges, is the storm water from the portion north of Fowler Way has to go west to Carrot Creek. So we either have to wait for those lands to the west to be developed first, or we'd have to work something out with the owner of the lands immediately to the west of Badger. And I believe that's Alberta Transportation that owns the property immediately to the west of Badgerlands. The portion that's south of Fowler Way, I think, ties into the developed lands to the south for stormwater. So
sorry, did I interrupt?
I was just going to mention one thing. So to the south of Fowler Way is much more serviceable than north of Fowler Way, right? We're probably 5 or 10 years away from being able to service north of Fowler Way, but I would actually say we could service south of Fowler Way right now. There's nothing in the way stopping us from servicing Fowler Way with utilities. So
I
portion
guess,
south. So.
yeah, thanks, Reagan. I appreciate that, and Donnie as well. I just think that just maybe goes more to the argument that Councillor Broadhead maybe put forward and Councillor Killick around possible future uses. I mean, because if we can already service it, that makes it maybe a little bit more accessible, marketable.
It's your high school site.
Well, whatever is put there. I mean, I recognize, and when I first read the backgrounder, I understood completely as to why administration would want, based on previous unintended consequences that council has put into this one, but also in relation to just the synergies of having the new neighborhood planning allowed as well. So, but I mean, I think that with Fowler Road being, for me, Fowler Road being the distinct kind of almost a barrier, and the fact that you do have residential all to the east and you have new neighborhoods moving up and we're moving in Villeneuve or expanding all that. I mean, I'm almost leaning more towards keeping the south portion, at least if we can do that, split this off and keep the south portion in the Northridge ASP. And I realize that potentially creates planning issues, but I mean, not insurmountable. And then leave the northern portion open, like as to future employment or whatever it is. But if servicing is coming already in from the south and the east and is already in place, then I don't know why we would.
Service yet.
Yeah, it's not, but it could be serviced, as Reagan was saying. Close to being.
It would be easier to service it. I would offer the relative prioritization of our design and money and service.
But also correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, if we sold that to a developer, the servicing would be their costs, right? So.
And I think, just remember, there is some mediation. I think Adrian has some input, like there are still environmental constraints on the site. Adrian, do you want to speak to that?
On the south side, Adrian, is there?
Is there constraints?
No, I think it's primarily on the northern part of the site. But yeah, there is a kind of one component that maybe hasn't been discussed a lot when we're talking about these uses. And again, this is probably a little granular, but whatever we choose for uses dictates the level of remediation that needs to happen. And that affects, that was, if you remember when we looked at community amenities sites several years ago, there was a substantial swing in prices based on the type of uses there.
Well, thanks, Adrian. I appreciate that. I mean, but I'm just thinking from logistic perspectives. I mean, Fowler Road running cross-sectionally through this piece of property significantly would impact, I mean, you couldn't sell both. Like, I don't know if any developer would want to buy the entire package, but I would think that by splitting it, it becomes somewhat more attractive for any number of different uses that we have, even if we determine that we want to keep it for future municipal uses, because you could give the access off of Fowler, not off of Villeneuve. So, I mean, I'm now leaning more to keeping the south portion, like somehow splitting this property, keep the south portion in the Northridge ASP and leaving the other one go back over to as intended. And I don't know what ramifications that are. I don't know what ramifications are with those with the MD.
What does it matter what ASP it's in? Doesn't matter.
Well, no, yes, it does, because one, we have new policy of neighborhood planning versus the other one, which is historical and grandfathered in with the original ASP from Northridge.
There was no use on that land.
Well, I know, but like potentially, are we blocked then because of that?
The MDP sort of states what it is. Where it sits in the ASP, I'll defer to the planners on this. Is sort of
So this area right now in the MDP is identified as employment, mostly because it was owned by the city of St. Albert. So if you want to change it, again, remember employment isn't always, it's a little bit complicated because we're looking at we're talking about Lakeview and we're also talking about Badger. But general employment does offer a little bit more flexibility than what we're offering in Lakeview. We're looking at purely industrial, but there are some opportunities here. What I am hearing from council as a whole is a concern about the type of uses and activities that would be located right next to Nouveau. And I think one of the things that we haven't talked about, we've just highlighted some of the needs that the city has identified, but one of kind of moving forward through the planning process is we're also going to have to make sure that uses that are adjacent to, you want to make sure that you're not causing conflicts between adjacent uses. So there is some opportunity to look at like what are the better types of maybe municipal activities versus residential, that some of the municipal uses might actually be positive for Nouveau and look to put those more closely connected to Nouveau. I would agree. I don't think anyone wants to live right next to a composting yard. I get the challenge with that. So that is good input at the very least from us. But right now we would be looking at those uses within an employment lens versus residential.
I need a clarification, Madam Mayor. Just in the background, it clearly identified one of that, and I think in Tracy's presentation, you did identify as well that one of the benefits of moving this Badger is around planning and creating the new way we do it with ASP in neighborhood. So the fact that it wasn't designated, as Madam Mayor brought up. I mean, like, so what is there that delineation, or is it just basically, why wouldn't it just fall under the Northridge ASP then?
I think it's more about all of the servicing. And we just talked about it would, we were told to look at the lands as a whole
Right.
through the past. So now if we're going to look at them as split, that's different.
Yeah.
But we were directed to plan for the Badger lands. So that included the whole site versus looking at, from our perspective, it's an easier amendment on the south side because we do know more about the servicing and where it's going to come in. So it's not going to add too much for us to include it within the Badgerlands neighborhood plan. But it keeps it cleaner, I guess.
Yeah.
The land use map, it's got all the colors on it. That one. So I'm hearing this need for better transition from Nouveau. So why don't we consider South of Fowler to be mixed use employment, like the hatch that we've got on the north side of Lakeview, which would allow for the kind of more commercial storage, but I like a grocery store could go there. And then we could consider, we still own it. We don't have to make any decisions today, but it would just allow that better transition. And I'm hearing pretty much unanimously, we're going to have to probably take a little piece of the Lakeview for our own use for public works and processing type stuff. Does that make sense?
It does. I think, because we're just sort of looking, you're not approving the ASP today, right? These were recommendations. If council's content, we can go away, absolutely do that and look at perhaps if you're happy that we split sort of Badger lands or look at that through a different lens, we can absolutely consider that.
So I will say, I do not want to see it residential unless it's city contributed affordable housing type residential, because the whole, we have to remember, council, that our biggest goal right now is to take us from 80-20 to 70-30, and we need to go 60-40 in the new development areas. So we've got to avoid taking away anything that's employment and turning it into houses again, except for maybe a municipally needed house. But there is ways to transition from a residential area into an employment area when it's grocery stores or pubs or whatever. And we might have to sell that land, but then of course that's that's a decent trade-off if we have to use some of Lakeview because we're gonna get assessment from that piece of land, so. Oh, Councillor Killick, your hand's up, sorry.
You're mute.
Can't hear you, Mike.
You're muted.
Agreed.
Whoop. Is that better?
Yeah.
My apology. I was just wanting to make sure that I was clear on some of the things I heard today, that our snow removal, we don't take it there anymore. I think we close that and we truck it into Edmonton. So
Excellent, excellent.
the other comment is that the compost yard really is not a compost yard. It's a compost transfer yard. So it's not stinky. You know, we don't actually do composting there. So
it's unsightly though.
It's unsightly though.
Well, I think we built a berm to protect it, but nonetheless, I just wanted to clarify it's not a stinky compost yard, and that it's a small portion of land out of the total that we've annexed for our industrial. I think it, you know, that little triangle piece south of Fowler is probably less than 5% of the total area. So if it was to become residential, and again, selling it to a developer might be very interesting to see the math on that. And I think we heard clarification that, you know, servicing would be fairly straightforward for residential, and that it's not the part that is contaminated. Also is the north part, not the south part. So it could be very attractive financially. You know, a nice neighborly flow for residential, and we could take that money and put it somewhere else for affordable housing. We could buy the land somewhere else, probably get a better price for that little chunk of land from a developer, and then go and buy, you know, future undeveloped land. I think would be a good neighbor plan and financially attractive.
I don't know where we're going from here. Is this good enough?
I think we're good enough, yeah, on this, I guess. So we've accepted. By and large, we've got the direction. Again, you're not approving the plan today. We were looking for sort of a guidance from council writ large. I think we've got that. We've got some homework to do as it relates to the south portion of the Badgerlands, as it relates to the Big Lake and the standoff. And we'll do that going forward.
Do you want to bring this back to another committee of the whole, or do you want to bring it back to council?
Or a workshop. Does Adrian have a thought? Christina?
Adrian, do you have any thoughts on that?
I don't know. I mean, I guess it kind of depends on what council, the level of comfort that council has with the broad concepts. I think, you know, we're looking for some feedback on a few of these items, and then I think we were prepared to go forward to council as the next step. But if council wants us to come back for further discussion and engagement on
I don't want to delay it.
Answer to some of these questions, then we can do that too. We'll just have to look at schedule and impact to schedule, I guess.
Ken just had a great point. We don't want to delay this, so.
So all I'd say is that that's a significant concern, right? Because this then flows in, and we're not servicing Lakeview until we get
right
sorted out. So that's.
All right, bring it to council next week.
If it's vague enough and gives flexibility.
Holidays, right?
We could take this back, have some conversations with Scott and his team at Stantec, even have some conversations internally. It's been a very good conversation. I think we understand maybe not the direction that we want to go, but some of the opportunities and constraints and some of the concerns that were raised. So we can take that back and see if we can have a little bit of a chat to see if we'll see how creative Stantec is for us here, and maybe get back to you on some of the implications.
You feeling okay, Scott? Okay.
Absolutely.
Mr. LaFleur, you want to?
This may not be strictly necessary, but I feel I should just remind everyone that this is ultimately going to public hearing.
Yeah.
And so, no, I mean, you made some suggestions and there's been a lot of blue sky and some terrific feedback. But no one, absolutely no one on council has their mind made up about anything to do with this, right?
Right.
Idea about any.
You've heard the feedback.
Got to hear the public.
Good.
I don't think
Thanks
that
for the
we
reminder.
thought about anything.
Okay, we're good. All right. Is there a recommendation?
Yeah,
here?
yeah, I'll do it.
Okay, go ahead.
That the agenda report entitled St. Albert West Area Structure Plan Update be accepted as information.
Okay. This doesn't need to go to council. Okay. You could add, and the area structure plan will be brought to council on March 7th.
March 7th.
Don't do that.
All right.
I have one thing to say,
Okay.
and I just wanted to the poor staff in planning right now. I feel like we've told you to draw 7 parallel lines that intersect using red, blue, and green ink that come out as orange. So good luck, because I think that it's been it's going to be a challenge, but I'm excited about being able to use this land for the city needs, because the needs are still quite large. And acknowledging that and planning for it, I think will also give the city structure some confidence, because we know that the needs will be, there's a slot to actually address them when the time comes. From the money, but at least we have a location to put them ideally. So anyway, thank you guys for listening to us. That's it.
All right, call for the vote. Favor. I'm assuming all in favor.
Yep.
Yeah, Natalie's in favor.
Hey, do we have Councillor Killick's vote?
Or Council brought in. Oh, they're all in favor.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Okay, all right, that passes unanimously. There's no pizza here yet. Is our presenters all here?
I do believe they are. They just.
Okay.
There now.
You're not.
It's a baby.
I know,
I know.
it's like 7 or 8 weeks.
Oh, my.
Just 1 month, 4 weeks.
Oh, 4 weeks. Oh, because she was only 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just finding the right page in our agenda package.
You need to go in camera?
Yeah,
we
that's the
do.
first thing we're doing. So I'm just trying to.
It is on page 149.
I just need to go to the washroom.
I have them.
Okay, I understand completely.
Okay, go ahead, Kit. Well, we're just sort of getting organized.
The pizzas.
Oh, is it pizza here? Okay. Let's try to do the in-camera piece, guys, and then we'll have lunch. Okay?
Sure.
Just to get this rolling. Councillor Mackay will join us very quickly. I need, the first thing we're gonna do is make a motion to go in camera.
Do it, Shelley?
Sure. Councillor Bermansky's offering to do it. So all those in favor? Andy, Wes, and no, Mike? So
I'm in favor. I just can't type as fast.
Okay.
just cut and paste it. I'm sure that's what Natalie does. All right, so with sadly Councillor Mackay absent, but who can stay? Like, can Ledge stay? Like, it's up to us, to fight, right?
That's just everybody staying here.
Yeah.
We can manage the tea and everything else.
Okay, so
We need to.
Mayor, we've been invited to a breakout room. Did you want us to do that or do you just want to stay as like?
yes,
what is-
please. It's
Okay.
just for the security of the
Okay. Mayor, we're gonna be just 2 minutes and then back.
I don't know if the microphone in this room is on, but I just unmuted my computer. So we're gonna just take 5 minutes to get everybody back into the main session. So give us 5.
Kathy, can you ask somebody to give Mike a quick, he's waiting in the breakout room still. Didn't know whether,
I can't message him, can I?
There should be a button on the lower right corner that says leave room.
Yeah, but we have to tell him that.
Oh,
only because we were talking there and I says, well, I'll reconvene here. And then if everybody's here, I'll get somebody to.
yeah. You're the host now, right, Mayor?
Yeah.
Yeah. Pick them out.
Can I just close the room?
Yes.
The room one, I'm just gonna close, right?
Yeah, if you choose close, not everybody's only got one room to go.
I'm here, guys.
Can I say close all rooms?
The red button.
Well, that's like, you could be somebody in. But they do, but ask the question because they really thought that through.
Yeah, I'm sure they got good. Yeah, no, I bet you they have, but I need to find that. I would love to know their rationale behind that because.
Yeah. No, they know what it's all about, like, this is coming.
No. So I think some is yours, but I think some of yours need to be separated. Right?
Yeah, no.
Anything behind them are very different.
Yeah, I did. You have nothing of value in it. Me, nothing of value. Me.
Group your emotions together. You know what I mean? I just didn't stick in the store. But if you want all reference to the equity observing that. Sounds like Natalie's gonna put her more.
Mayor, just so you know, we could hear you up until you said Natalie is going to do
Yes.
something. Yeah.
Still make any amendments when it comes back.
Yeah, you can do it today or
It comes back.
That's what I meant.
Yeah,
but if you want to come to council changed, you have to do it today.
but if we find things in the final document that we decide we also want changed, we can do it.
Ron,
Give us the review.
says she can't use the connection. I don't know if we just resend her the Zoom connection.
You asked me to join a room.
We're gonna close all the rooms. They should have been closed.
I did close. Do it again.
That's my
The
turn.
main room.
It is, no,
No, you keep it, I'm
it's
good.
fine. I can
I'm good.
close
I'm
this.
good.
Here, I just, because it was out of
I just didn't want.
use.
I thought you closed.
I did.
Hey.
Things that make Sean say.
And I got an invitation from you to join room 1.
Don't do that.
Okay, so everybody's here. Is everybody here?
Trying to get Christina back in the room, but I guess we could probably start.
Where's Christina?
Yeah, she can't get the connection.
You can always come upstairs.
Yeah, I'm just gonna tell her to come upstairs.
Yeah,
Say,
I've got 26.
come up to the
Very active.
Cardinal CB
Okay, we're back.
person.
All right, so for those of you who were watching on YouTube or live, council took the opportunity to go in camera this afternoon to have a conversation about some of the public feedback that was heard during this process. I think it's usual and anyone in an elected position expects is a small percentage of a community or surveys, feedback that can be quite negative, and we expect that. But in this case, the consultants brought to our attention that it was more than just a few, and it was something they had not seen before. It was unusual. The number of I'll call them racist comments that were heard through the process. So council did receive 2 what we heard reports. We got a confidential one that had all the comments that were deemed quite inappropriate, sectioned off so we could read them verbatim, but the public, what we heard report is more summaries and generalities and of all the feedback. There were some comments in the confidential report that I can't read because it's confidential, but I can say that there was some suspicion that our administration, the consultants, were not interested in understanding and hearing back from our community. And I can unequivocally say that's not true. They wanted to hear everyone's voices, and it was heard, and what was appropriate was incorporated into the policy. My job today is to guide my council and this city through a difficult conversation on where we're going to go with the naming policy. But we'll start today with a general statement at St. Albert, and the people that I know and the people that I hope to represent are generally good people, and they have the best interests of this community at heart. And when it does get into the racist comments, I will denounce it and say it does not belong here in St. Albert. And I think this council and this city could probably do a better job at saying that more frequently, and not just saying it, taking action. I don't think you can remain neutral to these things, but what we have to do is actually be anti-racist. We need to speak up against this racism and not just stay silent. So we're going to have some conversations today. I just wanted to read though out of the public report, because there were some amazingly good comments, because I want this to be somewhat positive in that. I just got to find it. Because I was very happy to hear some of the comments that we heard. So, and I won't say names, although the names are right in the public report. I identified some pages that I wanted to read out loud. This was from a resident by the name of Jeff, and he said, the accomplishment of creating an equitable and progressive naming policy comes with the inevitable emergence of harmful voices and attitudes, both local and beyond, who feel threatened when this policy leads to directions which support the impacted community groups and equity deserving groups. Whether their actions be casual or blatant, the City of St. Albert and Council must make any concessions on behalf of intolerant or racist actors who have had harmful presence through this process. I took that one very much to heart. And then there was another one from a resident that just, I won't read the whole thing, but she just said at the very end, I want to live in a city that reflects and welcomes people of all backgrounds, faiths, and genders. I want a city that not only changes names that cause harm to others, but also makes a space for original names of places and things as an act of reconciliation. I also want new names of places to reflect the diversity of a community, so all residents can see themselves reflected in this space. So as we go forward, council, this is not about erasing the people that have contributed to our history. This is about trying to recognize all the people that have contributed to our community. So I feel this won't be the last time I speak of this. We're going to talk a little bit about how we deal with our social media, whether we're actually looking for input and what our rights are to take away input that could be harmful to people. We want people to feel safe to give their input on anything, whether it be a naming policy or an area structure plan. So, and that needs to be a safe space. So we're going to have lots more conversations on this. There's some communities out there that have great anti-racism policies and talk about what they do in there as a council and a community to fight that. So that's not that we're behind. I wouldn't say we're not. I think we're pretty good at what we're doing as a welcome, inclusive community, but we can always do better. So next steps on this is really focusing not on whether we're going to rename a neighborhood in this community. It's about a naming policy and how we approach names in this community, how we can name new things and how we can set out a process to rename something if we feel it's needed. So, Mr. Fletcher, or who's going to be making the presentation? Is it the consultants? Is it Christina?
The presentation will be from the consultant.
Excellent. Okay, so and we're going to Blaze can we go through this kind of slowly and section by section, because when we were on camera, we started to venture off into questions about the policy, and I said that's going to be a great question for the consultants. So we might stop you after each section to say, why did you include this, or why did you take this out, or et cetera, et cetera. So let's take our time and get this right. I'll turn it over to you.
Absolutely. And Tania will get us started. Russ will be running the presentation, and once Tania gets us started, I'll also just provide you just an overview of what you can kind of expect from the presentation, so that you know what's going to be kind of coming up, and so that you know that we won't be missing anything. So I'll pass it over to Tania to get us started.
Awesome. Thanks, Blaze. Before we start any presentations, we always do a land acknowledgement. But today is also February 14th, Valentine's Day. It's also a really special day because it's a significant day for the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. So I wanted to bring a bit of awareness around that. It's the Walk for Stolen Sisters, and this is an event that's held every year to bring awareness to missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, or Indigenous people, and the equity in this, and as well as the racism that is occurring. So I just wanted to bring awareness to this day, and then I'll get started on this land acknowledgement. So we created this land acknowledgement specifically for this project and specifically for the City of St. Albert, of course. And being from this area, and my family from this area for many generations, I was able to find a little bit more. So Miigwepimig is a Cree word meaning red willow, and it describes the place surrounding the Sturgeon River. St. Albert has over 9,000 years of storied history, and that's just through archaeological records. It must be much longer than 9,000 years. And this is all prior to the arrival of Father Albert Lacombe, and it was one of the largest Métis communities within the Métis homeland. We'd like to acknowledge the Métis, the Nehiyawh, the Dene, the Nakota Sioux, Anishinaabe, and the Niitsitapi within this traditional territory, now recognized as Treaty 6, Métis Nation Region 4, and as well as the St. Albert Sturgeon Métis Local. Throughout this project, our team committed to creating equity and engagement, elevating voices and perspectives of St. Albert's diverse community and residents, and creating space for the Indigenous community members to share stories of the land. Our team is also committed to helping your municipality uphold the commitments within the TRC and as well as the Payolan report. Finally, we'd like to acknowledge the diversity of St. Albert, Indigenous and non, who are continually learning, living and raising our families on this land. We'd like to honor and celebrate this territory today and for future generations. We are all treaty people and we have a responsibility to respect one another and to respect this land that we share. So I'll just quickly introduce myself and give a quick highlights of the project, and then I'll pass it over to the rest of the team members. So my given name is Tania Gwynn, but my ceremonial name is Eternal Nighttime Protector, and that was given to me by Mushum Peter O'Cheese. I'm 6th generation Métis from the Cunningham and Ferguson clans, and I'm a descendant from Chief Michel Callio from the Michel Band that signed Treaty 6 here in this territory. Like I said, my family comes from deep roots of this territory in St. Albert. My great-grandmother was born here and took Métis script here in St. Albert as well. The work that I did was focused on Indigenous and public engagement, but we were all a team. We all worked really closely together throughout this project. We're going to be presenting this draft policy, but this project has been accommodated and redesigned multiple times. It's been shifted so many times based on the feedback that we've been hearing throughout our community consultation and engagement. And I believe that that's a great example of impactful public engagement, is to constantly be evolving and changing as you hear input. There are various ways that you could participate in this engagement process, and Blaise will describe this in great detail. But I think it's really important to highlight it again, as before we get started, that you could participate online, in person, in written format, large group, small group, pop-up engagement, youth engagement, and as well as Indigenous community outreach. So there was so many, like this was extensive community engagement, and we feel really proud of the input and the work that we've done. So with that, I'd like to pass it over to, I'm not sure if Harry made it on the call yet. He was having technical difficulties, but
We're trying to get him in.
Okay, I'll pass it to Blaise while Harry's missing.
Harry doesn't need to hear my introduction. Thank you so much, Tania, and good day, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Blaise Fontaine. I'm from Pikwakanagan First Nation in Golden Lake, Ontario, on my father's side, and I'm Swiss Canadian on my mother's side. And I always like to mention my mother because she carried me, she birthed me, and she did such a profound job of raising me in both worlds. And so I really like to acknowledge my mother. So my Algonquin name is Anaminike, which means little thundercloud. And the more that you get to know me, the more you see that thunder clouds and lightning storms follow me just about everywhere, including on my wedding day. So it's a very special quality of mine, and I was very aptly named that way. So my role in this project was the designing and redesigning public engagement activities with Tania, and facilitating all public engagement with Tania and Russ and Harry, and of course putting together reports for this project, and also assisting Russ and Harry as needed on the actual draft naming policy itself. So it's been a very enriching experience to be a part of this project. It's been a real privilege to capture the voices of your community members and hold them up where they should be held up. I feel very privileged to have been trusted with that position. And I really hope that this presentation today really communicates the voices of your residents. And I hope you can really see how this is a community-informed policy. So with that, I'll pass it over to Russ.
Hey everyone, I'm Russ Leadham. I'm the Director of Planning at Proactive Planning. So as they mentioned, yes, it was a very collaborative effort on this project. My primary role was developing the policy based on our comprehensive engagement, directions from the city, and different precedent from across the country. So this was, as Blaise mentioned, such a unique project, such a privilege to work on this project, and to come up with something that was so unique and kind of groundbreaking in a lot of senses. Definitely something we're very proud of the entire process. And yeah, I won't take any more time. And if Harry is in, we'll introduce him. But if not, I think we can get going.
No, Harry.
Is Harry here?
He's trying to get in. So Harry Harker is a planner by trade. He is actively retired at this point. And when he comes in, he also assisted with developing the policy and the public engagement process.
Thanks, Christina. All right, we can go ahead.
Okay, great. Awesome. So as I promised earlier, I'm going to provide you with a little bit of a project recap. I'm going to recap our engagement and give you a summary of how that engagement, how that data that we gathered translated into themes, which translated into policy, and then talk a little bit about the outcomes of engagement, some of the key findings. And then after that, I'm going to be handing it over to Russ, and Russ is going to be going over the actual sections of the draft policy that are most noteworthy. It would be a very long presentation if we were to go through the entire policy line by line, but basically all of the dramatic changes or notable changes will be discussed with you today. And we also discuss how those policy sections were developed. So yeah, I guess we'll just go ahead and get started. So the municipal naming project as a concept, it was initiated in June 2021, as Mayor Herron's well aware, following calls from the public to the city to remove the name Grandin from municipal assets and street names. So this provided St. Albert with the opportunity to become leaders and to develop a naming policy that is both modern and progressive, but also entirely unique and customized to St. Albert through significant public engagement. And it also presented an important opportunity for the city to keep up with other municipalities who have also created progressive naming policies and who have also completed renaming work where place names didn't align with the values of modern day Canada. Russ, you're great at sliding today. So the public and Indigenous engagement for the municipal naming policy project was initiated in June of 2022. So just a year after kind of the impetus for this project began. And we started with the completion of an environmental scan and background research. So this was done to learn about naming policies and naming work that had already taken place in other municipalities, and for our project team to extract best practices for the rest of the project. So from here, we engaged with many subject matter experts, community groups, residents, Indigenous communities and groups. We held 6 public information sessions. We had a panelist event with naming and renaming leaders, and people leading up that work. We held our 4 youth workshops and facilitated 3 focus group sessions. We also held 2 surveys. The first was at the very beginning of the project for a length of 6 weeks. It was open. And then the second survey was open for 2 weeks to gather final comments about draft naming policy sections. So in our environmental scan, and I know that you've seen this before, but just to, again, we're recapping. We reviewed 76 examples of instances where names were reviewed. And then 71 out of those 76 instances resulted in names being removed or replaced. And then 5 instances retained the name due to excessive cost, but also some municipalities proceeded with alternative solutions. So when I say excessive costs, I mean millions of dollars. I'm pretty sure that example came from Toronto, downtown Toronto. So overall, it was very clear how municipalities were managing these requests from the public. But it was through this process that we were actually able to identify gaps in public engagement processes. And we really wanted to address those gaps and close those gaps for this project in St. Albert. So on this note, I really wanted to share this slide with you. This is my favorite slide, I think. I want to share with council that the draft policy that Russ will be reviewing with you is by far the most community-informed naming policy that exists in Canada. So this is a very special and profound, proud moment for your city, as policy should reflect the values and interests of its residents. And residents should feel that they can provide this type of guiding feedback on how naming can occur and how it can occur going forward. So this project had engagement events and opportunities to reach all residents. And I know that Tania touched on this already, but it's very true. From virtual events, we had pop-ups and passerby opportunities. We had youth workshops, facilitated in-person events. We also had a dedicated team to answer questions. And we had focus groups that also represented the vast diversity of the city. So ranging from church groups to Indigenous communities, youth representatives, you name it. So this is what strong and equitable public engagement looks like. We have hundreds of data points from the public engagement program, and your community demonstrated like just exceptional passion and interest in the development of this policy. So yeah, I'd also like to share with you that in December, during our final feedback opportunity, the public responded on a survey and indicated that over 75% of participating residents approve and support this policy. So that's 75%. That is very strong representation in favor of this community-informed policy. This 75% has set the bar exceptionally high for public approval, and I just want to take the opportunity to publicly acknowledge the hundreds of residents who participated in this project. So let's talk about how engagement worked. So I mentioned hundreds of data points. How do we use that? How do we develop themes that get translated into policy? So the ways that we develop engagement activities is by determining what questions we want to be asking and the type of feedback we hope to receive from those questions. So it went kind of like this. So we asked your residents, what values define your community? And that led to the criteria for naming going forward. We asked who should be consulted in naming practices. And this helped us identify the process for engagement when we're looking at naming and renaming in the future. We asked what and who the city should be naming municipal assets after. And this provided the themes and criteria for future naming. And then we asked what defines dishonor? Who should we not be naming after? And this led to the supportive criteria and process for removing a name and renaming an asset. And that's how your policy was informed by residents. Okay, so this is from our first survey. So our project survey results, this is from the very beginning of our project. This is September to mid-October. And what's actually interesting is when we look at our final survey results, we see these figures move upwards, which is really cool. So anyways, I know you can all read this on your own, but it deserves to be mentioned that 75% of your residents believe that naming should be a reflection of community values. 65% believe that naming should uphold or reflect the city's diversity and inclusion declaration. 60% believed naming practices should reflect the city's pledge to reconciliation, and 65% believe that the city should replace names to have a dishonorable association. And then in early December, we shared sections of the draft policy with the public in lieu of doing in-person public engagement due to threats in the community. So we released a video with sections of draft policy so that we could collect a final round of feedback from your community to see if really if we had used the input adequately, and to ensure that we were, we weren't missing the mark with the community. So this is the results of this survey. So 82% believe that the draft policy effectively considers the TRC, the Payonin report, and the Diversity and Inclusion Declaration. 76% proposed commemorative naming criteria, or they believe that the proposed commemorative naming criteria was comprehensive. And likewise, 76% believe that the name removal criteria was also comprehensive. So we're looking at a vast majority of residents approving this policy as it's written. So here we're going to talk about our key findings. Excuse me. So as I mentioned, a very impressive 75% of residents approve and support this policy. And about 15% had lingering reservations or hesitations based on costs and potential logistical hangups. So we also had about 10% of participants disapprove of the project altogether, disapproved of creating a new naming policy, and did not participate in a way to advance the project. So these residents were frequently harassing or otherwise abusive towards the project team, and they unfortunately posed a threat to future in-person engagement. So I want council to focus on those top two numbers, the 75% approval rating from your residents, and 75% in the public engagement world is an exceptional benchmark. And the 75% represents the vast majority of your residents. But also, of course, the 15% of residents that had genuine concerns about costs and logistics, including the provision of pronunciation tools for names not in English, or the city's cost to updating place names, or also the personal inconvenience of updating addresses, like banking paperwork and stuff like that. So this is really important because this 15% participated in this project in really meaningful ways and really helpful ways. And really this helped us identify some of those key concerns that your city will be able to address sometime in the future. So it is still a very positive outcome to have those themes identified. So what does that 75% actually approve? So names should be removed if not in alignment with community values or are considered to be dishonorable. Commemorative naming should be allowed, but with stricter criteria and priority to equity deserving groups. Naming should be reflective of community values, the Diversity and Inclusion Declaration, the TRC, and the Payonin report. Alphabetization of neighborhoods and respective street names should continue. That was a big one. Naming should be in any language spoken by residents, and pronunciation guides should be provided. And that this policy is a step in the right direction for the city of St. Albert. So this is remarkable public support for this naming policy. And once again, I'd like to acknowledge the residents who participated in this project and made their feedback really count. And now I'll pass it over to Russ to talk about the nitty-gritty.
The fun stuff. Everybody likes to talk about policy on Valentine's Day. So yeah, I'm going to walk you through this flow chart here that essentially it summarizes exactly how the draft policy came to be. As discussed, it all began with those council directives to complete this project and to do so in a way that aligns with all of these foundational city and provincial policies and principles, and federal, I guess, countrywide. So next, our team delivered a very robust and comprehensive public engagement campaign that again blended this in-person and online engagement using all that wide variety of tactics that Blaise just covered. And we also had our environmental scan completed at the onset of our project to really help inform our direction and to see what other municipalities were doing. So these things combined really helped us define the community values of St. Albert, really understand these concepts of dishonor, and also really look at how the process or the policy process could take place with different recommendations. So everything that the community shared with us through the public participation process really informs the general naming principles of the policy, which I'll get into. With a naming policy, there's a lot of kind of general logistical things, but there was a few items that came up in the new policy that I'll cover. So likewise, the policy's naming criteria and process are both heavily informed through the public participation process, as well as best practices across Canada. So then we developed our name removal, our removal criteria and process based on the feedback provided by your residents, and also the renaming criteria and process. They sound very similar, but these two topics are very distinct and required specialized processes, which we'll get into shortly. So I'm going to start with the new draft policy statement, which reads as follows. So names of municipal assets in the city of St. Albert are to reflect the city's diverse residents, histories, cultures, languages, and values. The naming or renaming of a municipal asset should be an equitable, inclusive, transparent, and comprehensive process and should reflect city goals and policies to establish a welcoming, diverse, and inclusive community. This policy is intended to enable all residents of the city with an opportunity to have their histories, cultures, languages, and values reflected in names throughout the city. This policy is intended to provide a framework for naming, name removal, and renaming that reflects modern-day values while allowing the capacity to adapt to continually evolving values in the city of St. Albert. So next we have some of those general naming principles that are included in the policy that we wanted to highlight today. So names can be submitted by anyone. Names must follow the naming criteria. Names and themes may be in any language with priority to Indigenous languages. Perceived difficulty to pronounce a name is not a reason to exclude a name from consideration, and pronunciation tools will be developed with language carriers to ensure proper pronunciation is learned. Commemorative names must be in accordance with the naming criteria. And names can be recommended for removal by anyone. So next up, we have our naming criteria. So this represents what the city may use for naming going forward. And this was almost exclusively developed by your residents through the community engagement process. Names should really be reflective of the community they're situated in. So this criteria truly is genuinely St. Albert. So what do we have for naming criteria? So names can be named after local geography or a topographical feature, flora, fauna, or other natural features, traditional ways of knowing, cultural and historic interpretive elements of local and regional Indigenous people, a historical event significant to local Indigenous communities, the city, the province, or the nation, generic words that represent the historical, cultural, ethnic, language, or gender diversity of the community, a commemorative name provided that it is in alignment with the remainder of the naming criteria, and generic names that, that support an approved theme or existing naming structure. So next, we're going to dig down into that revised commemorative naming criteria. So this criteria describes the qualifying factors for someone to receive a commemorative place name. So this criteria is more developed than the previous naming policy. So when we look at municipalities across Canada, excuse me, best practices for commemorative naming suggest that the person being commemorating must meet a criteria of excellence, but also with consideration to equity deserving groups who historically and presently experience a variety of systemic discrimination and lack of representation when it does come to commemorative naming. Excuse me. So commemorative names must meet at least 2 of the following criteria. Belong to an equity deserving group that is traditionally underrepresented in commemorative naming practices. Demonstrates excellence, courage, or exceptional dedication to service in ways that bring special credit to the community. Volunteers and gives extraordinary help or care to individuals, families, service clubs, cultural groups, ethnic organizations, community organizations, or supports community or humanitarian causes. Fosters equality and reduces discrimination. Risks their own life to save and protect others. Achieves a deed or activity performed in an outstanding professional manner or an uncommonly high standard. Has made an exceptional contribution of service in areas that have benefited the community. And of historical significance that contributed to the growth and ongoing establishment of the city of St. Albert. Okay, so next up, we also needed to create parameters for what we shall not be naming things after. So this type of section is very standard practice in naming policies across Canada. And the criteria for this section was also developed almost exclusively using community feedback and was minorly supported by precedent in other municipalities as well. So with that, names shall not be named after individuals who will be or be perceived to be discriminatory of derogatory of race, color, ethnic origin, gender identity or expression, sex, sexual orientation, creed, political affiliation, disability, or other social factors. They shall not represent an individual person, group, symbol, practices, or event that is connected with a negative, tragic, or harmful experience and/or the oppression of a group of people. Shall not result in inappropriate abbreviations or acronyms. Shall not duplicate another named asset. And shall not unduly detract from the character, integrity of the community or aesthetic quality or of the property or unreasonable interference with its enjoyment or use. So the next section of the policy is the naming process. So that means
I'm gonna pause you for 2 seconds, Russ, because I think there's a couple, you had some questions.
No, I was just wondering around process. Sorry, Russ, for interrupting you.
But we might just take a pause to ask questions at this point.
Unless.
The next section is what?
Removal.
Yeah. So this is the naming and new stuff. Before we get into the removal, I thought, let's talk about this piece of the policy. So, Councillor Jolly, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I'm ready to ask a question about the naming process.
No, the naming process. Okay.
Naming. So to be frank, I was surprised that commemorative naming was recommended in the policy. So can you speak, and from what I understand, that's kind of more of a colonial tradition to name things after people. Can you speak to why it's being recommended?
Yeah, absolutely. So that was something that we brought forward to our focus groups, and then also had the community provide their feedback through the initial survey on the future of commemorative naming in your community. So it was decided that yes, commemorative naming has historically and is presently problematic, and also historically and presently not necessarily discriminatory, but has excluded groups of people from recognition throughout history and as well as presently. So one of the issues that came up, one of the things that we learned from our subject matter expert or a subject matter expert was that it would be really unfair to Indigenous people and equity deserving groups who have been traditionally underrepresented in commemorative naming to not have a chance to be able to participate in this process in more equitable ways going forward. And it's not like commemorative naming would, if we were to stop commemorative naming in the city of St. Albert, you wouldn't remove all the commemorative names to create equity. Those names would still exist. So for the foreseeable future, it seemed fair to continue with commemorative naming, but to do so in more careful and thoughtful ways. And so that's what the community decided was best. And that's what we found was also just best for your community in this case. So.
Okay, thank you. That was really helpful.
Okay.
I just
Go ahead, Russ. Yeah.
Yeah, I just add to that yeah, truly with the community feedback and with a lot of the precedent, it was all over the spectrum. And going into this as well, we thought a lot of the feedback would be totally split, saying either yes, get rid of the name, or no, we should be keeping commemorative names. And we definitely heard it from every side of the spectrum saying, as long as we're naming after names, we should do it after commemorative names, we should be doing it right. So establishing a better criteria about what we should not be naming after was really important in that regard. So
thank you.
So one of my questions was, you shall not, is under section 12B, shall not represent individual, person, group, symbol, practice, or event that is connected with a negative, tragic, or harmful experience or in the oppression of a group of people. So my first thought was Constable Wynn, who is our CMP officer that was killed in St. Albert. So he would not qualify under this criteria. Is that what I'm understanding?
I think it might actually need some rewording, because it's supposed to read a negative, tragic, or harmful experience relating to the oppression of a group of people. Okay. So does that kind of make sense? So it's not that we can't name after things that happened in World War II or World War I, even though those are tragic and negative experiences. This has to do specifically with oppression. And things committed against groups of people. So the Holocaust, for instance, stuff like that. Okay. So I think just for all of you who have worked on this policy, I think what probably is going to happen at the end of today is not a recommendation to send this to council for approval. Because as you just mentioned, Blaise, there's some things that need to be cleaned up. And if that is one that you would recommend we do, I would agree, because I just want some clarity in that one. So just so you know, don't expect a motion to get this approved at council next week, because I think there's some cleanup that we probably need to do just for clarity, because I have a couple others probably as we get going, but I'll open it up. Does anyone else have questions up to this point?
Yes, I can ask.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
I can ask a question. I know, oh, sorry, Mike, I didn't see your hand, but Blaise or Russ, I mean, you've introduced a couple of different new definitions for our community, and I'm just wondering, the equity, this is Ken Mackay, by the way, in case you can't see in a little small little screen, I apologize. The equity deserving groups criteria that are definition, I mean, I know just a simple Google gives you 20 different versions of what that is. Can you provide a little bit more clarity as to where that came from during the process, and then how it's intended to utilize the naming process?
Yeah, I think we can I can start us off. So I guess formerly it used to, the term was equity seeking groups, and it is now largely accepted to be equity deserving groups. And so basically how we went about creating that definition is we looked at more academic platforms. So I believe this definition is actually from, or largely informed from the University of Calgary. And then I don't even know if we tweaked it at all or what have you. That'd be Russ and Christina that managed that.
Okay, so it just comes from an existing, I just was waiting, sorry for the pause. I was waiting to see if Russ was going to jump in with anything or any other.
It came from the University of Calgary.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was having trouble unmuting there. No, I think Blaise nailed it on the head there. Yeah, there's so many different interpretations of a lot of these things, but the way we narrowed it down, and I know we defined that in the policy itself as equity deserving groups, and I know if there's suggestions for amendments to that, we will consider that, but we truly felt that the way we worded it in the policy reflected what we heard and what we saw from across the country. So.
No, and that's all I was just looking, or I was seeking information as to the background. We don't have it in any of our other documents. So this is the first time it's been introduced. I was looking to see if we had it as definition in anything else that runs in city policy, and I couldn't do it. So I was just wondering the genesis of it is all.
All right, Councillor Killick.
Oh, you're muted, Councillor Killick.
You're muted.
Boy, oh boy. The under the municipal assets naming, it says shall reflect. Shall is very prescriptive, and we just went through our DARP rewrite where we changed the word shall to should to make kind of soften it a little bit, to make it broader and more flexible, kind of and inclusive. So I just wonder how we landed on the word shall reflect as opposed to what we had just recently spent a lot of time making changes to our downtown redevelopment plan to change those words to should.
Which policy specifically are you looking at?
Municipal asset names. And then it goes on to say local geography.
Under the principles.
Can I start by answering?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. I'll get Russ to talk about the shells and the reason why they use the shells. But in relation to the conversation about DARP, a little bit different of a policy perspective. DARP is your big high level goal, but once you get into the land use bylaw that support the implementation of DARP, you are into shells and shoulds. So you are into shells or shall nots. So this policy is a little bit further down, I would suggest, in our administrative. So you do need to have a bit more clear direction on what is or what isn't accepted. So just as a difference between looking at DARP, because that's one bylaw, but then the supporting bylaw is the land use bylaw to implement.
Okay.
But Russ, now maybe you want to answer about why we use shall and shall not versus should and should not.
I think for the context of this policy, I mean, we had some different language in different drafts of this, and especially when we look at what names shall reflect. If you really take time to read each of these individual items, essentially you can name after anything is the way that it reads. You can essentially bring up a name and say it will fit one of these criteria. But contradictory to that, when you look at the shall not, it means once you meet this criteria, you also have to meet that other criteria. So if you're going to be naming after a commemorative name, while we're on that subject, you know, what have you, you can name after a commemorative name, but the whole intention of establishing that shall not or defining dishonor, this whole topic, you know, it really defines that we can't be naming things after things that meet this criteria. So when you leave this as should, you know, it honestly doesn't change it a whole lot. So if you say it should reflect one of the following, you know, if you name it one thing, it could fit under another topic anyway. So I don't see I don't see much issue in using shall in either of these scenarios.
Okay, fair enough. In balance, one kind of gives you more latitude, and the other one kind of is more clear as what shouldn't. If you, I appreciate that. The one I'm still struggling with, and I think Mayor Heron asked this question, was under the commemorative name. And maybe I just wasn't. I'm still unclear, but it said means a name that is positive and honorific. So I get that. That's good. Positive, as well as tragic, controversial, and shameful dimensions in history and culture.
Didn't understand that.
That's the example of poor grammar.
Okay, yeah, I have a big thing there, Mike. I don't understand this.
Yeah, I'm still scratching my head. And so maybe we could just go over that one more time for us. Maybe others have got it. They seem contradictory to each other, and I must admit I need help understanding that one.
So that's in the definition section under commemorative name. I've got it on page 171 of my package. The red line version. So any thoughts, Lise or Russ, on the wording there?
I'm just bringing that up to clarify that in particular.
I had it in, I had it as 158 in our.
I'm on the red line version, but that's probably the same.
Yeah. And it's definitions for fifth definition down, I think.
Okay, just give me a quick minute here, sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so I think the intention of that, so when you say the word commemorative name, that name alone can mean anything. It can mean a positive name, it can mean a controversial name. So when we bring a commemorative name forward, that doesn't mean it's an accepted name. The way that the definition describes it essentially allows it to be any name. So I won't get into examples. So if my name was considered dishonorable and Killick was considered positive, they're both still commemorative names. It's just essentially a term stating that this is a name honoring an individual, whether it be a positive thing or a negative thing. It's to determine down the process whether that commemorative name is accepted or unaccepted as to the policy itself. Does that make sense?
But it probably could be worded better. Maybe I'm looking at
I agree. If I may, the last sentence of that definition too is, to me, I have no idea what it means. That imbalance of Indigenous peoples and what does that even mean? So maybe they can come to that as well.
But earlier, David, if we want this definition massaged for clarity, do you need a motion today, or are you're seeing it as administration saying I might want to fix it?
I'm hoping that at some point near the end of the meeting, there will be a motion directing administration to do certain things, including clarifying imprecise or vague language or that sort of thing.
But you don't need specifics?
No.
Okay.
There are so many specific instances. It's just a general direction would be more than enough. But hearing an explanation for some of these things would really help.
Okay. So, and if you have any questions too, David, please ask.
Yeah, because that second last or the last sentence of that same comment or definition was also equally confusing to me. So that piece definitely will need some help on, I think. Thanks.
So essentially, a commemorative name is a name that's attached to an asset, essentially to commemorate that person.
Yes.
Thing or future. Right?
Yes, and whether that commemorative name is accepted in the policy and or unaccepted is not up for discussion at that point in the policy when you're just reading the definition. What is a commemorative name? It's a name of an individual or what have you. So.
Okay. And it's been identified to name an asset to commemorate that person.
Exactly, yeah.
Or alternatively, a name that evokes some tragic or shameful event.
Yeah, doesn't have to be a person.
Yeah, like, you know, Himmler or something.
Yeah, it could have Valor Way, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, I had another quick question. And it was probably just typing or formatting.
Did we get an answer on the last part?
What was the last part?
Imbalance of Indigenous peoples and equity observing groups.
Did you need?
There's at least one council member as well as myself.
Do you guys want to explain a little bit why you threw that into the definition?
What it means.
What it means?
So it reads, a commemorative name should not represent an imbalance of Indigenous people and equities deserving groups.
What does that mean?
Just trying to put it into context here. I think we'll have to revisit that in the context of, you know, stating that a commemorative name is essentially a name of any individual or anything. I think in this reference, it's kind of referring more towards the significant names list, which we have essentially gotten rid of. But yes, I do believe we'll have to revisit that sentence there.
And I'm trying to find my question here. I think it was in the. Oh, real quick one for you, Christina. The core naming committee, I think this is part of the definition.
Okay.
But you talk section 5, the following city departments, and you talk about planning, culture, rec, fire. I just felt that the environment was missing in that department because you don't have. I think it should be in the policy that environment department. I don't know if it's a department branch or whatever you call it. Should be identified there.
Okay.
That was just a thought. I'm gonna let you guys keep going because I cannot find my question right now. Where is it? I'll come to it in a minute. Keep going. Sorry about that.
Okay, let me just get back to where I was here.
Okay.
Naming process. Yes, that's where we were. Okay, so the next section of the policy, so this is the naming process, so which essentially means how do we name? So what does this process look like? So this section was developed with community input, best practices across Canada, but also informed by cities administration and really kind of what they're logistically able to support on a regular basis. So many of you remember the significance names list. Well, this is now being called the names reserve list, and the criteria for a member of the public to recommend a name has also been updated. The names reserve list is now able to receive submissions that are non-commemorative and commemorative. So naming applications must include the name, its meaning and translation in English, and any necessary pronunciation guides. Commemorative names must include highlights of how that individual aligns with the new naming criteria. And an Indigenous language word or commemorative name nomination is expected to follow proper engagement and local protocol. So perhaps the most significantly updated section of the naming policy is the removal criteria. So this criteria was developed using community feedback and cross-referenced with best practices across the country. So the proposed criteria was developed by your residents and was also later voted on by your residents. It deserves to be mentioned that the proposed new name removal criteria was approved by 76% of survey responders. So you can rest assured that this criteria is what has been approved by the overwhelming majority of the residents. So the community's unique and decisive name removal criteria. So names can be considered for removal where the name refers to current or historic persons known for their discriminatory views and actions, including committing or perpetuating acts of racism, violence, and or harm against Indigenous peoples and or equity deserving groups. where the name includes derogatory terms that may represent or be linked with discriminatory views and actions, where the name negatively represents or appropriates the cultures of Indigenous peoples and/or equity-deserving groups, where the name is inconsistent with city's membership with the Coalition for Inclusive Municipalities and the city's Diversity and Inclusion Declaration, where the name brings the city of St. Albert into disrepute with the general public, Indigenous peoples, and/or equity-deserving groups, and where the name accounts for people who have been credibly accused or convicted of violent or serious crimes.
Can I pause you right there, Russ?
Yep.
Your very first 38A, I feel like it would be more impactful and meaningful if it said, shall consider removal, A, refers to current or historical persons known for their discriminatory views and actions, including committing or perpetuating acts of racism and violence, period. Instead of talking about the Indigenous, because you talk about it later, but I think it's a really strong statement to just stop at racism and violence. And that would then include everyone, because we just don't have any tolerance for it anywhere. And then, of course, you talk about it later that negative represents or promotes the culture of Indigenous and equity-deserving people. Just if we were to make that change, would that be perceived negatively? Because I think it's a stronger statement to just say no violence, no racism anywhere, period, done.
I think it would be fine to do that because I think the sentiment is still there. I think having it stop racism, violence, or harm, you could have it even say against any group of people. I think that would absolutely be fine.
All right.
Natalie's got her hand up.
Natalie?
Yeah, Mayor, I challenge a little bit on that just in terms of the equity deserving groups. And I'm gonna, if we look at Mayor Boudreau's comments about women, for example, and again, he's an example where I don't think that's causing any kind of ongoing harm, but it leaves out kind of a, everything outside of racism, unless sexism is considered or other discriminatory acts are considered violence. So I'd just be cautious about that.
Yeah. Okay, I'll think about it as we keep going forward. Go ahead.
Second one, when you say might represent or be linked with, I have a challenge with just how vague that language is. Like if you're going to remove something, it should be that you're confident that it is a discriminatory action as opposed to might represent a view. There's a lot of subjectivity into the statement.
Where are we?
The second one, it's the derogatory that might
38B.
represent or be linked with. Like, I just think it should just be very terms that represent discrimination, discriminatory actions or whatever, but it needs to not just say might. Like we need to be.
This is where you want a stronger word.
Yeah, or be linked with it. I don't understand why we're going to that level of vagueness. That's all.
I'm going to think about that. I'm going to think about that because I know that, again, historically and presently, there are people who have existed and who do exist that espouse certain worldviews that they would not consider themselves to be discriminatory, but indeed they are. So I think because the perception of being discriminatory it can be considered to be subjective, maybe it should be left a little bit more vague like this, because not everyone will agree with what is considered to be discriminatory. Does that make sense?
There's reality and there's perception sometimes, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just think that if you're going to start removing things, you should be confident. And so if it's discriminatory, it is discriminatory or it isn't. So it's the might be that we start making this a very wide net. So, and we should be confident that if we're renaming something that we do consider discriminatory.
Well, this is just what would be considered for removal. So, so this wouldn't actually validate a name removal. This would just have it be effectively considered for the core naming committee to review, and then to have it be reviewed by a subcommittee. So it would be that subcommittee that that would be able to determine if this person is actually considered to be discriminatory or harmful in that way. So does that help?
It's just my comment. I'm still standing behind it. So.
No, for sure. No.
Guess that's where we should be confident about it before we bring it forward. We don't want to create work for a committee unless we're confident that whatever's bringing it forward is confident, at least in their perception, that they feel it's discriminatory. Not that it might be, but that person is bringing it forward feels it's discriminatory.
I think it actually brings up a really interesting point, because throughout this engagement process, we had a number of people say that Grandin was a very good person and that Grandin is being unnecessarily crucified in this process. You know, that may or may not be the case for some people, how they view him. And then some people may view him to actually have been quite discriminatory. So I think I absolutely respect what you're trying to say, but I think it's there needs to be a little bit of flexibility for a subcommittee to make the determination if someone is harmful and discriminatory.
I think they have that right no matter who brings it forward. Like, because the committee is going to make a decision about whether or not they agree with who brings it forward. So if someone brings it forward and says, I have an issue with whatever, that's their person's opinion. The naming committee will then decide if they support it or do not support it. Right. So that's the process. That's the process. So the fact that the person who brings it forward should confident in their perception of the worldview, that they think it's discriminatory, not that it might be, but that it is. The fact that it's controversial, it does not change whether or not that person is confident in their perceptions.
I see where you look. Okay. So she's saying that anyone could read this policy and say, I don't like the name flower, right? Yeah, and this might open it up. So, and you're saying that it needs to be opening up.
Right.
Okay.
So for the person who's nominating, it has to be a truth for them.
Right.
That's enough. Okay. No, that's fine. We definitely had a breakdown there. So that's totally fine. I see your point. That's great. No, that's an easy fix for sure.
I think you can keep going. I stopped you probably prematurely, so just keep going.
I think this was where I was at.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the removal process. So the previous policy did not have such a process. A name removal process is critical for a naming policy, and this process again was developed through engagement results, through a workshop with our focus group, and it was validated by survey results and best practices across the country. So step by step, a name removal request can be made by any member of the public, council member, or city administration, online, in person, or by mail. A request must provide rationale for reviewing the name, for example, how it violates the existing naming policy, to provide examples of precedent if available, and to provide documented community support. So the existing core naming committee will review the request based on merit, scored against this criteria of the policy. If the name review meets the criteria for removal, affected community groups and equity deserving groups will be notified and be requested to form a renaming subcommittee. So this subcommittee will be requested to recommend one of the following responses. Either to recommend to the core naming committee that the name be removed and renamed, or identify another action supported by the subcommittee. So it should be noted that it will be up to the subcommittee to make a recommendation for a removal or not. They may wish to keep the name and perhaps have a plaque or other signage put up instead of a removal. Either way, the direction should be determined by the people who are most negatively impacted by an existing name. So the renaming criteria. So this is
Councillor Killick has a question.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Make sure you unmute yourself, Councillor Killick.
Yeah, hold on, Mike. I was gonna let poor Russ at least get to the end of just this name removal process? Because Ken has a question too. So can we keep
I
that
wasn't
moving?
going to be that nice.
Yeah, I keep doing, let's just do one section and then we'll go for questions. I'll get to you, Mike.
So I'll do the renaming criteria here. So this is pretty straightforward. So
But we're
rename.
just gonna stop at the removal process.
Okay, so we're
Okay,
done.
so
the
are you done
removal
that now?
process. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Ken and then Mike.
I know you, sorry, Russ, I know you said right at the very beginning, this is best practice and that you've done a concert, like a search across Canada and in consultation, but I'm just looking at the logistics and I'm sure you've thought of this too. And when you guys were talking about it, but any one member of public, it doesn't even identify that it has to be a resident of St. Albert. It could be anybody anywhere across the world. How logistically, how do we, I mean, I come from a large family with very mean brothers and it's tit for tat, right? And so what ends up happening is something and then they'll change it. So I mean, potentially you get somebody who doesn't like a particular name. Somebody within that community says, well, if you don't like that name, I don't like this name. And it becomes a really, I can just see this becoming quite complex and even lead to more community dissension or community turmoil. So
should there be a higher threshold?
Yeah, like, I mean, so yeah, so that's a long-winded, I was trying to give you some background where I'm coming from on this one. So why do you think it only should be one member versus, maybe getting a petition or maybe a specific group? Like, can you give me some of the thinking behind that?
I can start us off on this one. So one of the most important reasons why we wanted the criteria to be a little bit broader for who could name or nominate or make a recommendation for a name removal is specifically to accommodate Indigenous people. So Indigenous people whose traditional territory involves the area of St. Albert, they might have particular interest in this, as well as Indigenous people who are originally from St. Albert and might live elsewhere, and who want to see, better outcomes for their homelands. So that was one of the main considerations of why we thought that we should leave it open. We discussed it heavily with administration, and we just determined that it made the most sense. And as well, it's not just one person may create a recommendation, but they do have to demonstrate community support for that name removal. So, and that's the details of that are within the administrative directive.
Okay, so there is that, because when you were going through the second, a bunch of bullets that spoke to the rationale, Russ and Blaise, I didn't see, like, how would you document community support is like, could you give me an example, or is that up to administration to develop the parameters of that?
Go ahead, Russ.
No, you can go ahead. You can finish and then I'll.
We worked with administration to determine what was considered to be kind of the most reasonable process, what would be, what they believe would work for them in terms of resourcing and time requirements. And I believe what they're kind of looking at in the future is creating a standardized form. And then it would be, would it be signatures along with addresses or letters of support that could be included in your application. So that was, and I believe the number that we settled on was for the administrative directive. Do you remember, Russ?
We're still working that out in terms of the actual number. I know that's been in discussion, but I just want to talk a bit more about how we got to this. So the idea is, yes, not one person will come forward and it will go up for review. There has to be that documented community support. We considered, and I know you just mentioned it, we did consider everything. I know I've been saying that for everything, but we truly did. There's major cities that require no community support. It could be a member of administration, council, or the community that could bring it forward. They don't require any signatures. there's some communities, some major municipalities that require over 75% of those affected by an asset. But when you really think about that, that's when you're kind of getting into, you're voting on a name removal. But the whole idea of this policy and the whole idea of this process, it's what I just mentioned, you know, the direction should be determined by the people who are most negatively impacted. And when you look at this whole process, how a lot of the Indigenous community did not want to participate in this process for a variety of reasons, it kind of, when you're going on that end of the spectrum and requiring over 75% on a municipal asset, you're getting into that voting territory where, you know, the intentions of that name might not accurately reflect the reasons somebody's bringing it forward for removal. So we had to find somewhere in the middle and something that fit for the city of St. Albert. It shouldn't be a community-wide vote to say we need to remove this name. It needs to be a balance of that and looking at those who are most impacted by that name.
Okay,
So,
I'm sorry, did I interrupt?
No, it's this is something we went back and forth on and discussed at length with our project team, with administration, looking at precedents across the country. It was really unique, and you know, we have talked about a process with administration. I know that's more to do with the administrative directive, but yes, the idea is, I know it can be kind of perceived in this presentation that it could come from one person, but that's not the idea. It would come from community support of a multitude of people. So.
Okay, so I mean, that's interesting. I mean, I guess maybe I didn't assume this, but I should have. But so you're anticipating that there's actually layers to this change in policy that administration would actually put into practice, that administration would work at and define. I'm just.
So I can give a little bit of perspective. So we didn't want to exactly say we need 15 letters of support in the policy. What we wanted is the policy to be overarching, to say council wants to see documented support from the community. What that number is, we've tossed around. We looked at 50, we looked at 20. We looked at that for, do we need 20 to nominate, 50 to nominate, 50 to remove? We looked at a bunch of different options. We're still in the process of trying to sort that out. We're leaning towards the 20 to remove, because that shows that there is some concern within the community about this. But again, think of it as an application package. They're applying to get this name removed. The administration needs enough evidence to determine if it should or should not. And again, documented community support. If a name removal comes in from Victoria and there's all the documented community support is from Seattle, well, maybe that's not as, there might be some different ways that we would look at things based upon that type of submission.
That just kicks the process off and then you guys take it from there.
Yeah, and I don't know whether I don't know whether that's in any of our other policies, or it needs to be said, or it's just inferred that this is what's happening. But I mean, you know, because when you actually get into the renaming process and you start going down, and it talks about, you know, forming the core naming committee, and it's made up of these events, but it doesn't say that there was this pre-work yet done by administration to vet through the application or anything. And I don't know whether we need to say that, because that's just the way it's viewed. But I mean, I just sense that. I mean, for me, when I was reading this, I just took this as the policy, and that you guys would be working within this policy. I didn't maybe get down or didn't think about the minutia or the details administration, as Russ has said, you know, like kind of the administrative details. So, I mean,
that's where, yeah, a lot of our council policies have an administrative directive behind them.
Yeah.
And so that's the stuff that, now we haven't designed it fully. We've started to look at it as part of this policy, but we didn't want to go down that road too far without getting council's approval on the policy either, or presupposing the adoption of the policy.
all right. I mean,
a little bit more confident now in the sense that there's an administrative directive that then takes this and develops it. I just didn't see anywhere where there was a gating process in relation to what happens after the renaming. I mean, I see some specifics around what is expected, in relation to standing up to the committee, but I didn't see anything in there to say anything that there's an administrative directive.
But I think that can be clarified quite easily.
No, I agree.
It's just to say, done in accordance with the administrative order.
Yeah, I just think that would provide some clarity into the process.
And for clarity's sake, and this, I'll get to Mike and Natalie right away, but Mr. LaFleur, if you're taking your eyes on this, for example, and this occurs in more than one spot, 44A says, these are the possible responses.
Yeah.
Recommend to the coordinating committee that the municipal asset be removed. Well, the asset's not getting removed. So that's mentioned many times. You have to say the name of the municipal asset is.
This is one of the examples of, I didn't want to.
Yeah.
Say, there's. Probably
There's a few of those
places where these sorts of things.
touch-ups, yeah.
I do have another question.
Okay, go ahead.
In that whole section on the name removal process. It's what I find interesting. I'm not clear what the intent was. Section 45, a name removal request that's been rejected by the core naming committee or the naming subcommittee may not be reviewed for 2 years. What if it's been accepted and recommended by both of those committees, but council rejects it because it's ultimately council's decision?
Yeah,
that's clear. So was it the intent that if council rejects it, it can nevertheless be revived the next day, or should that also trigger a 2-year waiting period?
Please, Russ, did you maybe?
That was probably my.
Okay.
So I'll stick up for that one. What we were trying to do, and maybe it needs to be relooked at, Mr. LaFleur, is basically have a similar condition as we do for an area structure plan or a plan application where it can't come forward we just can't keep getting bombarded with these applications year after year after year. So maybe we need to work on that wording. We don't want it to go through either, like go to council or go back. Like if a decision's been made, basically that decision is then in effect for the next 2 years, whether it be.
So the decision is always council's.
Right.
So I think what you really mean is if it's been rejected by council, then it can't go to either a core naming committee or naming committee for another 2 years. In other words, nobody administratively can touch that request again for 2 years if council has said no.
Well, sometimes we won't even go to council. If the core naming or subcommittee rejects it.
Then
Go to council, right?
Add council.
Add council, yeah.
The question is, what if those two committees accept it?
And then it goes to, so if you add, if you add the word council into the sentence, then.
I think we should.
Then you've achieved what you want to achieve. Yeah. And by the way, the 2-year thing, this is back a bit, but there was a section in there that says if there's been a tragic event, we wouldn't consider naming for 2 years after that event. I think that's a good one. Like Humboldt, for example, like there's a lot of passion around an event and everybody wants to do something. I think there was a good part of the policy. I just really like it. Just forgot to mention that. Councillor Killick, you had your hand up, but now it's down. Are you good? He looks frozen.
Looks frozen.
Everybody looks frozen, actually.
Oh, darn. He's thinking, how can you be frozen when you're in Puerto Vallarta? Sorry. Councillor Jolly, your turn.
No, sorry, I was trying to jump in there, but again, every time it goes on mute. So is 2 years standard term that we would hold off or?
To reconsider?
Yeah, like for other things like planning activities, or if we have a motion in council and it's defeated and we can't bring it back for 1 year or.
Yeah, is it 2 years of planning kind of a thing?
Yeah.
I can't remember. I'm sorry. I should know this. It's either 6 months or a year. I think it's a year. Yeah.
So that's why I'm curious as to why we're creating a new standard for naming. I think we always want to be consistent as much as we can rather than have, one rule here and one rule somewhere else. So I just,
If that's something that would be preferred.
Well, we have 2 years and other things like the capital, like you apply for capital rent, that's when it's 2 years. I mean, it's not unusual for community to have a 2-year.
I think 2 years is good.
okay. The other comment I'd make is just generally that in Russ's comments, is like we said, documented community support. And yet in the policy document that we're being asked to approve today, it doesn't mention documented community support. So I'm really struggling that I'm looking at a written policy document that we're being asked to approve today. And when we ask a question, there's more information in the slides. And so I'm feeling a little bit frustrated in that our policy as written that we're looking at leaves a lot of things out that are very good in saying, community support and what that number is. Is it effective community support? Is it 20 random names from anywhere in the community? We say community support here, but we're leaving any member of the public can make a request. They live anywhere. So if any member can make a request.
I can actually comment on that because I agree it is kind of funny. But actually back in I believe it was December, when we were discussing what this presentation to council would actually entail, we were actually advised by your administration to leave some things a little bit softer to allow mayor and council to help guide us and help to make some of that criteria for the policy a little bit more clear and a little bit more firmed up. And I know that specifically the community support question was something that that administration said that council would have a lot of thoughts on. December is like a long time ago already, but I do remember that was that this discussion wasn't intended. We weren't told that it was intended for this policy to be approved, but it was more or less to be a discussion so that council would have input into the policy, so that you guys were able to make guiding recommendations, so that the policy was up to your own standards as well. So that's kind of the logic behind these things. But anyways.
But is that in fact what's been presented to council today, where we've been asked to either?
No, we're giving input, but I think it's a good point, and we could easily add in either 39A or write in 39. A member of the public may submit a proposal to remove a member name with accompanying community support, and that's documented
as outlined in
the administrative directive. Right.
Work on
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
That's what I was raising my,
Visit that one.
Yeah.
So you're okay with CIO determine what constitutes appropriate community?
Yes, yeah.
But that's why I identified the administrative directive, Mike.
and the under the kind of the.
I agree. I'm agreeing with you, Ken.
It does make sense.
I get it.
But it's a good catch that it's not in the policy, but it's on the slide, and we should probably marry the two.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yeah. The other question, so I totally support what's been said, and but it seems it's missing from what we've been asked to approve. The next one was on point number 42, and it says scored against the name removal criteria of the policy. How are we scoring this? I don't see any, like, what does that mean?
It'd be assessing. So looking at the merit of the application based on the criteria, if it meets criteria. So if it meets 1, 2, 3 criteria, then it would meet 1, 2, 3 criteria. Scoring, assessing, depends how you want to phrase it, I suppose.
Yeah, maybe there's an option to change the phrasing. It's maybe not scoring, to evaluate the criteria instead.
The criteria is right above.
Yeah, the criteria is above.
Yeah, I would like that. I think scoring says somebody is, keeping score, and we typically
Nice, black and white kind of a thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I said,
Okay.
Ken, I don't even think we need a council motion on that. We'll just change it to evaluate it again.
So we're right at this stage, we're writing down all these comments and suggestions to make the improvements.
Yeah. So my big question is, we've got a naming committee. But I'm really struggling with having a naming subcommittee for removal process. My fear is we have a subcommittee that gets one step removed from the original request. They're a subcommittee that it doesn't say how they're formed, who's on it. It doesn't give a time that, that they would come back with a response. It just seems very, I don't know, another bureaucratic layer. I hate to use that term, but that's what it feels like, that we're going to have a committee that's got all the knowledge and skill and background, and we're going to pass off probably the most controversial part to a subcommittee. And I just don't understand why we're doing that. Maybe somebody could help me.
I'm happy to
What's the
I'm happy
benefit?
to shed some light on that, Mike. And I can totally see how it feels like another bureaucratic layer. It's actually it was actually intended to be a layer of community engagement and community consultation that would be required for a renaming to occur. The core naming committee, they don't have all of the subject matter expertise required to make these decisions, or not even these decisions, but to make a recommendation to council. The core naming committee is wonderful as it is, but it doesn't have the representation that's needed to make a proper recommendation. So that's why it was identified by our focus group to develop, or to, at the time of, say, a recommendation coming through to the core naming committee, it's evaluated, it's considered to have merit, and so they have to form, or they have to do outreach to create the subcommittee. So that would be, in the instance of whatever, Grandin, maybe that would also include reaching out to the Indigenous community partners, residential school survivors, people like that who can make a recommendation. And it is important to keep community involved in this process, because it's the community has been so actively involved so far, and they believe that they do have, they want to be a part of this process. So yeah, it's not intended to make another bureaucratic layer. It's intended to actually empower the community.
And okay, is it to be time bounded? Because I'm also concerned that some of these things go on for years without resolution. And so would that be clarified in terms of with a recommendation by 120 days or something like that? It just very concerned that this is going to drag out forever.
I think that would be more clarified.
If I could, maybe I'll just jump in. I think that's each of these is going to be different, right? So a recommendation to change a sign is different than the recommendation to change a community name than is to change everything else. I think the timelines are something that would appear be administrative driven ultimately, and be specific to the incident at hand. Some of which could be very simple and very easy, some of which would be very complex and very, very difficult.
So you don't want to put
I would not put it in here. I think perhaps we could bound it to some degree in the administrative directive, but even then, I think there's a case by case assessment.
And so Blaise, the core committee is essentially city staff. Right. And Arts and Heritage, I think, is on there as well. And if they meet, they may or may not need a subcommittee work.
Right. Yeah, so that's where all of a sudden the subcommittee, the core naming, if they decide that there's merit to this application, they will want to ask this other committee for their input and direction, because they may not recommend.
It's forming a new group, like every us would have a new subcommittee, right?
We could have, yes, yeah.
So if it's a gender thing, you might want to call out loud.
Right.
Or if it's something about African history, you might want to call African and African descendants. So it's that added to community.
Yeah,
Okay.
to get their perspective.
Yeah.
Yes, because
Does that make sense, Mike?
Well, getting their input, I don't know why the core naming committee could not just go out and say, hey, I need to get African descendants to come in and give us advice. I don't know why they need to create a whole new naming committee and just like planning, when they need to go and get an expert on sewers, they go and get an expert on sewers. And if they need to get an expert on geotechnical, they go and get an expert on geotechnical. They don't form a subcommittee to do it. And so I just don't agree with another farming it out one more arm's length to get a subcommittee. The main committee should have the ability and the skill set to go and get that input that they need directly. As I said, with the examples I've used.
Okay,
We got it. Fresno noted.
okay, noted. Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So to preface kind of my questions, I'm really surprised that there's no recommendation about Grandin specifically here, the Grandin neighborhood, Grandin Road, and so forth. So for that in particular, is kind of the recommendation that the hundreds of people that have requested that we don't use that name, along with their rationale, along with the precedent, St. Albert Catholic schools and all over the place have taken that Grandin name off of their assets. Is the recommendation that those hundreds of people submit a form again to kind of 2 years later?
I brought that up with Christina, actually. And yeah, it's a very valid question. I think in the case of Grandin, that it might be addressed a little bit more differently, and just knowing that there were hundreds of people already requesting this name removal, and that it's very well documented, his role in residential schools and so on and so forth. I think that would be something that could be just addressed a little bit more differently. Christina, do you want to touch on that?
Yeah, I think at the beginning as administration, we just right now under our current municipal naming policy don't have that perspective. One of the things that I'm noticing, just as we're talking, because we all get the chance to relook at some of these things, is that we don't have any exclusion for council to just make a decision. And maybe that also is part of, one of the policies is that we just say, a name can be added or removed at the discretion of council at any time, right?
For sure. I kind of assume.
And if that's the case, then that would enable council to make that decision right now.
But we can include it, I guess. I defer to so far. I think that's true of anything.
Yeah, okay. It's council's policy. Council can by resolution go counter to its own policy anytime it so chooses.
Yeah.
That goes for any policy. Reserve policy, you name it, right? Council made the policy, council can make an exception to it anytime.
So now to Councillor Jolly, to your question is, right now, I can't make that recommendation because I don't have that within a policy. So now we do have a policy. So you're right. Someone will have to come in and put a nomination in. It could be anyone. We know and we anticipate that will happen. There's also within this report a discussion about delayed implementation as well, so that we can get the administrative directives written. And so that's another thing for us to talk about today.
Go ahead. You've been trying to speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, as a follow-up to that question, one of the things that was discussed when this first came forward a couple of years ago was that there might be other options that are different from removing a name. So is it my understanding that kind of for sure removing a name is the recommendation? I know when we were talking about Grandin specifically, there was talk about, depending on cost of removing the name, we didn't really know that at that time. We could put up information. So in collaboration with groups, information about, hey, talking about how, hey, Grandin perpetuated a horrific system instead of removing the name. So my question is the recommendation not to do anything outside of just remove the name?
If you look at 44B, the naming subcommittee or naming committee, I guess it could be either one, and that might need to be cleaned up, but says identify alternative action. So, and I think Russ said that, so that's when maybe you put a plaque up.
Yeah.
Which I was glad to see, because sometimes you will have more impact to education than by just wiping away, right?
And that's the important part about the subcommittee, is to get that perspective from the impacted groups on how they would prefer to see the action. So it might be a plaque, it might be a public engagement campaign, whatever they come up with. Yes.
Does that help, Natalie?
Yes. Yeah. I worry about the amount of work involved in this, and how complex it seems.
It was never going to be simple, I don't think, right? This is hard.
So I guess my next question, my last question would be to the CAO. So with Grandin specifically, we've already received like a lot of feedback that people want the name removed. Is there a way to fast track that through kind of the administrative process that happens after these first two bullets?
So my recommendation would be not to do that. My recommendation would be to allow this to solidify and actually use the process that we developed. Because Grandin is complex and huge. Understanding that is not timely from a perspective of
I think we want to separate out what I think we saw in the community was this perceived notion that we were creating this policy just to rename Grandin. And that's not the case. We were trying to create a robust policy for future naming. And then you brought it up really well when we named Choureau. And the transit center, those kind of things. So we have a better policy on how we do that. But I think we need a little bit of time to make sure that the public doesn't confuse this policy with an ulterior motive to rename Grandin.
But I guess my concern, Councillor, to your question why is, I mean, you could make a motion anytime and figure out how to get on with it. My concern is we'd be flying a little bit by the seat of our pants until we get this sorted out. Notwithstanding the fact that we've done a whole bunch of consultation and work on this. This is not to the level of fidelity, as you noted by some of the questions, that an administrative directive would bring to the process.
Thank you.
Okay. Russ, I think we're on to the next section, which is the renaming criteria.
Yes, I believe that's where we are.
Can I just have
one more question from Councillor Hughes?
Just, I know there was like talking about want to have an answer by a certain date, but I don't, is there anything in there for a minimum waiting period before a decision is made? So, because sometimes people come out in the heat of a moment and then there's a lot of pressure for the committee to simply knee-jerk response, as opposed to, once it ends the media cycle, and look at things calmly in the light of day, as opposed to just have an answer 24 hours later. Has there been anything put in there for a minimum liberation period?
Like a cooling off?
Like a cooling off period to just make sure that it's a decision.
I don't think there is. Is there other examples within the city where there is a cooling off period that we could use as perhaps a precedent?
I just think if you want to buy a gun, you have to wait 14 days before they give it to you. And so and there's the reason why is because sometimes somebody might just do something in the heat of the moment. And if it's still valid 14 days later, like as far as this naming, not the gun goes. But once, I'm just saying that right now there's the opportunity for emotions to take over the decision-making process. That's all. There's
So I think just even the nature of the nomination will take a little while for it to be enacted. Maybe someone can be, maybe they're quick enough. Maybe they'll get it done in 2 days. I'm not sure, but that would, you know, again, it's remember, there's a nomination and then an evaluation. So it's not necessary. I would like to say we're super fast, Councillor Hughes, with all of our decisions and recommendations, but it does take us a while to get through these processes. So.
right. I'm just saying, like, if they had, where you say, at least they have an expectation of a minimum where they know we will not get an answer for 7 days or 14 days or 30 days. So that the committee is not feeling rushed or feeling they're allowing emotions of the situation to overcome their decision-making process may be something you want to consider.
I think in the administrative directive.
Yeah, in the directive. I'm just bringing it up in case we can ask you, because that's just.
Because I think
whatever the date is, so that people don't say, I put it forward, where's not my answer sitting 2 hours later? Because we're very busy being angry right now, but I want responses while I'm angry. As opposed to this is, because I think anything that's renamed should be done thoughtfully, right? That means allowing emotions to not dictate your decisions.
And just some perspective, right now, the current municipal naming committee meets once a year. So maybe there's something within the administrative directive that we can look at it. We'll review these nominations quarterly or something so that it's not. Yeah.
You could collect up all the requests and deal with them once a year, like you do with requests for tax relief, right? Deal with it once a year. Whatever came in the previous 12 months, deal with them all. What do you think?
Well, unless you got 6 requests, it'd be putting a pretty big burden on.
Yeah, that's something you don't need to have the level of a policy, and admin directive could easily address that.
I'm just asking because this is the time we're discussing.
Yeah, it's, you don't want council doing nothing but this.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay, that was it. Thank you. Okay, keep going, Russ.
Okay, so renaming criteria, it's distinct and separate than name removal, and can happen for 2 reasons. So 1, a name removal application is approved, which we were just discussing. And 2, when a non-commemorative name on a municipal asset is to be replaced with a commemorative name or an indigenous language name to honor an individual or local indigenous community. So an example of this could be when the Ainsdale Arena was renamed to the Jerome Iginla Arena. So, and lastly, we need to look at what the renaming process would look like. So in the event of a renaming, the core naming committee shall engage with the community groups and equity deserving groups to request feedback on signage, plaques, or other interpretive material that provides information to the public about cultural and or historical context of the name removal and renaming. If the affected community groups and or equity deserving groups would prefer to have the residents of the municipal asset select a new name, the residents will be informed that a renaming process has been initiated and their feedback has been requested. And the authority to rename a municipal asset for any of the reasons outlined in the naming criteria of this policy is held by City Council. So in summary, this municipal naming policy has been heavily community informed and is a true reflection of the values of the community. This process for establishing a naming policy is unique and does set a precedent for other municipalities to follow. This process and policy is truly a tangible action and outcome that aligns with the TRC calls to action, the Payonan report, and the city's diversity inclusion declaration. And finally, the way the policy is set up, it makes it responsive and adaptable to the evolving values of a city, province, and nation. So that concludes the presentation. I just had one random thought to a comment. I think it was Councillor Hughes, just in regards to the process. I mean, a lot of other municipalities we reviewed, you could almost argue that a lot of those processes were very reactive and done without policy or process. The fact that St. Albert even has a process and policy, you know, with the modifications to be made, is a true process and is a true reaction to a community's concerns, as opposed to what some may perceive as an ad hoc or quick reaction to change a name. So I think all in all, it's such a positive thing and no matter what the final process, and I know a lot of what's been discussed kind of bleeds into the administrative directive. So I know there has to be some clarification around some of those things, but we have considered a lot of these things, and yeah, we just feel very good about it. So.
I think under the renaming process, point number 48 might need to be massaged because it talks about the residents of a municipal asset. Well, there's no residents of Grandin Pond. Like there's no residents of Aikinsdale Arena. So I think and I would love to see the residents of St. Albert to be involved, right? So David, will you take a look at that one?
It's on the list.
Okay.
So
because there could be some really positive stuff out of this, like even the naming of the silly snow plows in Edmonton was a community building thing. And I could see some of this being community building. So if there's a new park up in Churreau, get not just the Churreau residents, because there's probably none up there, like all the residents of St. Albert who are going to use these assets and get them involved. So just a little bit of a massaging part of it there, David. Anyone else have any thoughts? I think we're all fairly exhausted with this. It's been a long day. Process wise, how about I suggest, do you need a motion?
It depends what you want to do. I mean, if you can just make a simple motion to accept the report as information.
Yeah.
If you want to give some direction, like we've been hearing lots of things that should be done, right?
Yeah.
Consultants and from council. We've actually over here in your ledge corner, we've actually created a draft motion.
Okay.
Prepared to throw up on the screen and see if anybody likes it. And if you all hate it, then you know,
Is the motion
nowhere.
Like the opportunity for any member of council to email in suggested changes?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then David, Bill, if you guys say, I cannot make this change without council direction, then send it back to that council and say, I'm not doing this without council. But some of it, like what I just mentioned there, that made no grammatical sense.
We will, whatever motion is made in public, that's what we will go by.
Okay, but
Private emails for something like this are not a good idea.
There's another whole section yet.
I'd like to make it more.
Wes, you're not muted.
yeah, you're not muted, Wes.
Wes, you're not muted.
Wes, mute.
You can
Thanks.
all of that, that's pretty long.
Yeah, not all of it. Can you just read it out?
Yeah, there it is. Okay. Yeah, we got her.
Okay, I'm gonna read it out loud. So the draft revisions to council policy, municipal naming containing attachments to the report dated today. Be referred back to administration for revisions for the purposes of correcting vague, ambiguous or imprecise language, eliminating grammatical errors, ensuring internal consistency, creating a more focused and better defined process for bringing to council proposals to establish a new name or remove an existing name from a municipal asset, establish the authority of the CAO to issue administrative directives not inconsistent with policy, obviously, to specify details of administrative process. Okay. I think this might have to come back to committee. What do you think, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I vote for committee.
So when we're done our work, you think should come back to committee of the whole?
Yes.
All right,
Okay.
change it.
Yeah.
Thanks. Where, D, like, one question?
Okay, so I guess if we email you and with something that's in that list, article errors, for example.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Okay. But what I'm saying is if you get an email from a member of council with a suggestion that you say is not a grammatical error or
If it's a major policy change.
then send it right back to that council to make a motion. Okay. Okay,
Question.
go ahead, Ken.
I question, I mean, outside of the box, but I like from a
consultant's viewpoint. Where did D come from? I mean, I just don't know where the background, I mean, I thought I thought it was fairly focused and better, and the process was there.
Yeah.
Where my confusion was around the administrative directives. So I think the consultants have done a very good job around the process. It's just why do we need D? Because
But why don't you read the motion and just leave out D?
well, I'm just asking for clarity as to why administration thought or why legislation thought we needed D in there.
Hold on, I'm gonna wait for David to.
Yeah, I know David's fixing it. I mean, I had no trouble with
You guys wrote this, they wrote this, right?
Yeah.
The consultant wrote it.
Pardon?
the consultants wrote? No.
So
Yeah.
you need to ask them, not
Well,
Bill.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I meant.
Or David, why is D in there? Because I agree with Ken, we thought the process was pretty good.
But it was administrative details that wasn't clear on. So, but what was wrong? Why I don't see D having anything for me there.
You can delete D.
We can take the,
Well, there was lots of questions.
I'm just,
Wait, sorry, go ahead.
There's lots of questions about the language in that area, so that's what they're referring to there.
well, no, the grammatic, if you scroll back up, guys, the language and stuff is above. He talks about the process.
Yeah, D is the process which to me needed more clarification. Was explained by the fact that there's a process, but there's also administrative directed process underneath that actually starts to get into the details. If we started marrying up policy to actual directives, then you don't have policy. What you have is like
Weeds.
policy and procedure then. And we don't, I mean, policy and procedure documents are quite a bit different than policy.
yeah, exactly.
So
I think E achieves that.
that's what I was saying. E
accomplishes that. I think that, I think if you're saying a more focused and better defined process,
I think the process clearly articulates how it comes in front of and what to do with it.
Well, it does leave some questions unanswered, but if you're happy with all the unanswered questions being in an directive, then we don't need D.
Well,
I think we need to delete D and focus in on
Piece. You don't need a council motion.
What's the harm in putting it there so that if David interprets that something need to be put in there, you can add it in? There's no harm. If there's nothing in there that's relevant, they won't add it in.
creating a more
We've had a very long
better
discussion.
defined process.
Are you talking about
You're not going to materially alter this process. That we're not.
So I think from my perspective, the process.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, the process piece that I was concerned about that was missing and wasn't clear, and yet it was clear in Russ's slides, was significant, what's a community engagement piece.
Yeah.
I don't see that as operational. I see that as our policy says we want community engagement in that area.
Demonstrated community support. Is that what you meant? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
I think
with an admin directive defining what that means.
Yes.
Then you don't need D.
But we want demonstrated community support in the policy.
In the policy.
Right.
Just 3 words.
Statement in the policy.
Just those 3 words. I know you guys as a directive say what that support looks like.
So you could create, if you change D to just say, ensuring that demonstrated committee support
Community.
is ensuring that there is demonstrated community support for bringing to council proposals to.
That's.
You know what? Why don't we leave it as it is? Because I don't want to wordsmith a motion. It is what it is. You guys will check back on the video and you'll know what it is.
but also, it also just opens up Pandora's box because.
It's not going to open up Pandora's box. Bill just said they're not going to.
No, I'm talking about if we started identifying specific things to be brought back, we just start going.
Then we'll need motions. Then we'll need motions. We're not doing anything.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Because I'll probably just print out what I've got here and hand it to you because there's lots of grammatical stuff.
Oh, there's
Yeah.
tons, yeah.
Yeah.
You probably caught more even than I did.
Hey, Councilor Bermansky.
I do have 5 things in the motions that I sent in that I would like to put forward today because they're removals.
Okay.
So they're not adjusted.
You want to do them today?
Well,
Which is fine. That's totally
yeah.
fine. I did. Yeah.
But I mean,
5 of them I will do today, and then I'll send in amendments as everyone else is doing.
Then we're gonna vote on.
Those might be, your amendments might be motions, like, not,
Right.
yeah, okay. So what are the 5 that you want to do today?
Okay, so page,
Are you in the red line?
yeah, page 165, section 21 is amended as followed, section 21 be removed. That is crosstown roads may be named after former mayor of St. Albert, provided they are in alignment with the naming criteria.
Yeah, you wouldn't do that without a motion, right?
Can I just ask for perspective? I don't mean to be.
No, that's fine.
Well, that'll come in discussion.
Yeah, that'll come in.
Okay, so you'll provide, okay, yeah, no, that's great.
Okay, so Councillor, did you hear the motion?
I heard it, but I'd just like to reference back to Councillor Romanski's page number.
165 of the red line version.
Section 21.
It's section 21.
Excuse me, I just want to be sure that we're following a proper process.
Yeah.
We've got one proposed motion up on the screen.
No one's read it into the.
I know no one's ready to, is Councillor Romanski suggesting that she wants to amplify that by adding some other things to the
Yes.
motion? Or do you want to wait till somebody moves it and then move to amend the motion?
That would be a better.
When do you want to put
That would be the
right
better
now?
processing.
Sorry, what was that?
Whatever process works for your end. If I amend after that's approved, which I
You can.
likely will be, or I can do the amendments now, but then you have to make some.
Well, you're not
No,
doing amendments now. You're just suggesting that we put it in and then it would be the informal consent process. Everybody's okay with putting it
Okay,
in?
so let's go that
And
way.
if everybody says no, then they won't go in. But if you want to wait to make a formal motion to amend this motion, you put your additional elements in, it might be better to wait till this is moved and then you move an amendment.
I don't know what they are, but I won't support them going in just right now with that. I think they're two distinct things.
Yeah, then they're pretty distinct, David. Yeah.
Are these not notices of motion? Because we're not, like, I mean, these are motions to change the policy. What I see on that David has produced here is a motion to clarify and bring forward a new policy, a revised policy that answers our clarity questions. What he's suggesting that if we're going to actually make changes to the policy, we have to make a motion. Now, if Councillor Romanski wants to make this motion, then we're actually entering into debate about changing the policy as per se.
Absolutely.
That's correct. That's what we're doing.
Okay.
Yep. So do you want to do them all together or do you want to do one at a time?
No, I would suggest we just get, this is going back to committee. So let's get the final document and then you can send out the recommendations because some of them may just pass de facto when people have time to think about it. And if you give them and say, these are the ones I'm wanting, and if it's not a consensus, I will be bringing them forward for the next committee, then there'll be an opportunity for a background and there'll be opportunity for a vote. I think if you bring them forward now, just because of A, we've been doing this for 9 hours and B, we don't really know what this document's going to look like. I think you're more likely to have them all fail just because of the situation right now. So, and I don't know which ones you're bringing forward, but I would suggest that because we're not going to council right away, we're going back to see ourselves in this room. We have the opportunity to make additional changes at that time. So it's your call, but that's totally where I would go.
So then I'd have to change amendments to notice of motions.
Yeah, or you could say, this is my feedback, and if it's not agreed to, please consider it.
So
They
you're,
already have the feedback.
well, you've taken a long list down to just 5, right?
Yeah,
No.
Oh,
You got them all.
just wanted to do
Yeah.
5 today.
Yeah.
The simple ones.
it's your call. I mean, if you,
they're like, just point of order.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Councillor Broadhead identified it very succinctly and very clearly. You're talking about one where you're talking about one, we're asking administration to take it back and do certain specific things, which is entirely different than actually amending the entire policy. What we're asking for is maybe some administrative directives, clear up some language, look at the grammatical, maybe put some more meat around the bones of some of the actual policy. But I mean, that's not really totally amending the actual policy. what I think might come forward from Councilor Bravansky is totally about removing entire sections or subsections from a policy that we haven't even voted on yet. And so, I mean, there's just two different things happening here. And I mean,
No,
sorry, let me finish. If Councilor Bravansky puts in like number G, no naming of this, that could be all right. But then if she says we need to get rid of a whole entire section, well, that's substantial changes and it's not.
I know. And that's why you have the chair here. Her motion to remove section 21, crosstown roads should not rename after mayors is not going to have any.
She wasn't finished yet. She wasn't.
We were just going to do the one.
Oh, I thought you said you were going to do 5.
Because I want to remove section, then I would say that I'm not accepting that.
Oh, I thought you were going to do 5.
Doing it that way is because we're doing input here and I had mine put forward as amendments already.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, well, I'll withdraw my comments and let you read them in then. I missed.
Put the one because anytime this one's easy.
But I, in the sake of time, I can do them all after it's presented back. I'll just leave them.
You want to do that?
and
Okay.
Do it after.
Well, I think my suggestion to you, Councilor Mansky, is to kind of put the easy ones forward like the one you just did. Like, I think which is your 5, right? She
Yeah.
sort of divided them up.
Okay.
And then there's some bigger ones. So you can group the bigger ones and keep the easier ones separate or whatever. And I can sit down and help you with that if you want. Might just help you get it run through easier and more success that way. Okay, so she's going to consider bringing, because you're right, we're coming back to committee. Yeah. So they're not dead, she's just going to wait. And so now that actually helps because as Councilor Broadhead said, we got these at 10:30 last night and we haven't read them all, to tell you the truth. So it gives us a little bit more time to think. Councilor Killick.
Yeah, just from a process point of here, we haven't even adopted this policy this is just a draft. So how can we make?
No, you can make it a draft. She's asking us to remove something from a draft. She could do that.
Okay. Okay.
If I may, if you look at the new procedure bylaw, committee of the whole has broad power to direct administration. Go back and change things in reports, in drafts, in bylaws, whatever. So you absolutely have the authority to do that if you want to. So that said, I do agree with the mayor's comment that since this is coming back anyway, if one councillor wants to make more changes, that opportunity will come. It's back to this committee.
And when it gets to council, another opportunity.
For that matter, councils.
Councilor
Okay.
Jolly.
Thank you. I guess I don't want administration to do work that they don't have to do. So I'm certainly prepared to hear these today so that administration is only putting forward changes to one draft instead of scrambling. And Councillor Broadhead, I know that a backgrounder can be really helpful for a lot of motions, but when it involves this amount of work and really the choice is based on Councillor Bermansky's email from last night, the choice is, do we want to acknowledge the discrimination against Indigenous persons and other equity seeking groups, or do we not want to do that? That's, in my perspective, that's what's being asked in the email that was sent last week. And if we can make that decision today, that takes work off of administration's plate.
I heard a motion was not related to that.
Yeah, and sorry,
I didn't feel safe by that.
Like this first motion about removing mayor's names is.
No.
Yeah.
But the other ones.
But that she hasn't put it forward yet.
As I said, because we got it at 10:30, I haven't gone through them. Right, so we're not asking administration to do anything about Indigenous and equity deserving groups today, so there's nothing to debate, right?
Yeah, I'm just curious to know because all I know is that the intent to bring forward motions happened and I haven't seen a retraction of that. So I guess I want to know what the proposed motions are.
Do those have to go public? Like we would, any notice of motion?
Yeah.
What's my motion? She just.
Sorry, I mean,
The motions that were sent last night.
the domain at all.
Pardon?
They haven't been moved.
No, so they don't have to be.
There's somebody-
Notice of motion.
You sent them in with the intention of moving them, just like you do a notice of motion, right?
No, but that's,
And withdraw notice though.
that was not a notice of motion within the meaning of the
Okay.
procedure. That was just, I read it as saying, when we debate this today, I'm going to ask that the following changes be made to the draft policy before it goes to council.
Okay. I have no motions on the floor right now, except for, are you putting?
I'll put the original one for it, but then what's Council Brands, we're not gonna put the other one in relation to,
After Counselor Jolly's comment, which I found, I didn't feel great hearing that because I thought it was uncalled for. So what I'll do is I'll just, I'll let the motion that's put forward, we'll vote on that. And then all my amendments, I'll regroup and I'll send for once the line is together.
And she might reconsider or
I'm not reconsidering, I'm rewording.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
fair enough, that's good. Can you put the motion back up on the screen? Thanks, Renee. Whenever you want me to read it, I will.
Right now.
That the draft revisions to council policy C-C.
So moved.
Your
Read it.
procedure bylaw, you can do what you want. Can I say so moved? So moved on the screen, or do you want me to read it in?
No, you don't have to read it in.
Okay, I don't have to read it in. So moved.
And we're keeping D in there and you.
Yep, I'm fine with D.
That means, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Fine.
Counselor McKay, I accept your motion, opening.
No, you know what? I think this is all discussed.
Yeah.
And I think the reasons that those items are in there is just to give direction to administration. It's coming back to council. I do want to take this opportunity to thank the consultants for all of their work. I know we'll get another opportunity too, but I mean, thank you for making this as a document that we can, solid. It's a good base document. It's primarily some of the things that we're looking at changing are just around clarification and around details. But I really want to say thank you for all the work. Like you said, this is one of a kind in Canada. And so thank you very much. And, I appreciate the effort.
Counselor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I too, I haven't said much this afternoon, but it's not that I'm not passionate about what was written here. Process for me was a little clunky, but having said that, this is such a significant document. We had to go through it the way we did. And I too wanted to suggest to Blaise and to Tanea, to the team of Russ and your other colleague who's not on the, thank you for what you did. And I recognize that the journey that you went through was possibly one that you would have hoped it would have been otherwise, but our community is passionate about it. And so I feel good about our community. For some who went overboard, I pray that this particular process will have them rethink their position in life, and maybe a little education will help. And for your efforts in that regard, I say thank you. And in the end, we're going to have a good policy at the end of the day, and I'm confident in that. So thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah. I have reservations before, and I continue to have them about the fact that we're just continuing to name after people. All of the issues that came forward were related to naming after people, and people are flawed, period. There's no such thing as a perfect person. And so if we actually want this to just become depoliticized, the idea of naming future places after people is what's actually causing so many issues in this document. And so I'll let this come back to see what's happening, but I also understand that this, for the most part, is not changing substantially about the naming after people. And while it's been stated like, oh, it's the bulk of this document is not about naming after people, we went through 2 hours discussing how we name after people, which means we're clearly naming a lot after people. And that's where we got into problems to begin with, and we're not getting rid of the source of the problem. And I understand the consultant's rationale for that, but that is also something that really we're just making the problem complicated, but we haven't resolved it regardless of what the intention was. So I'm gonna support just coming back to see what this found document is, but I'm also I have serious reservations as to whether we've actually solved anything or just simply made it more complicated. That's it. Councillor Killick.
Yeah, thank you. I'd just like to recognize the work that a consultant team did. Kind of comes down to me of, listening to our residents. That's a key role of council every day. And the consultants did a great job of getting that feedback from our residents and our citizens. Unfortunately, it kind of included the good, the bad, and the ugly. And but I appreciate all the time and effort that you put into gathering that input from our residents, and as well as developing the draft policy. So listening is critical, and I really appreciate the work that you did on that with our residents. Thank you.
Anyone else? I'll say that besides some of maybe the clarifications that were needed, I thought the policy was really strong. I thought it did really change direction of what we were doing in the past. Naming it after a person sounds like the last consideration we'll have. The flora, the fauna, the natural features, the traditional languages, that stuff seems to be, and I read it as a priority over names, and the names are kind of not a consideration. If we remove a name and then we enter back into the flora, the fauna. I think it's a strong policy. I hear that continuing to name after people is still here, and that was heard through the public. And so I have to respect that, but I kind of think it would have been nicer just to remove it altogether, but this is public input. And as you said at the beginning, very strong public input. So I'll tell you, for the most part, when I was reading this, I was very pleased with it. I was a little confused in places, and talking today, I got some of the answers. I think we're going to clarify some other things, but we now have a process that we can follow for renaming. And more importantly, we have a process for naming new things and going forward. I think that's where this policy is good. So yeah, it was clunky. I totally agree with you, Councillor Broadhead. I feel like I was the worst chair of all time today because thank God it was committee, because it can be flexible. And that's why I really want to see this come back to committee, because I think even the second time will be clunky, but we got everything out on the table and heard, so I think we're good. So Councilor McCarty, close?
No, nothing much to close, except for just maybe on a humorous note, my grandma Rose has still got a name.
Rose. Aaron is a bird.
You still got hope. So anyways, yeah, no, thank you very much. All the comments.
Okay, I'm going to call for the vote.
I'm a yes.
Councillor Killick, I'm assuming you're a yes? You can see him typing? Is he there still?
Video.
Yeah. Councillor Killick, you in favor?
Must be happy hour in Mexico.
Councillor Killick, you there? Shows him he's there.
Out there?
Hey, he's there.
He's not responding.
What do we do when he can't respond to record a vote?
Any phone?
For the vote.
Absent. Yeah. All right, that passes unanimously with Councillor Killick. On there.
The hour.
Absent.
The hour.
All right, thank you guys. I'm sorry this took so long, but I think we needed to talk, and I think that is it for this agenda. Meeting adjourned.
And then we had another one.
Next meeting.
Yeah, sorry.
Do we have to log into the other link?
Yes.
Is there a separate link?
Yeah.
Okay.
Log off, log back in.
You have a long quarterly report.